Preface of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. Preface. At a time when there is much discussion in China as to the desirability and possibility of the adoption of a uniform language all over the empire, it may seem strange to put forth a book on the Shanghai dialect. The writer sympathizes fully with the aims of those who would make Mandarin the medium of communication throughout China, but at the same time feels very strongly that a great many years must pass before this can be accomplished. Local dialects die hard, as witness the still existing varieties of speech found in Great Britain. Even more perfect means of communication binding the parts of a country closely together, and even the introduction of a common language into the school system, are not able of themselves to do away with the speaking of the old local dialect. Men cling persistently to the speech of their forefathers. When we reflect that the so-called Shanghai dialect is in reality the ancient language of the Wu kingdom, and is perhaps more closely akin to the original language of the Chinese people than Mandarin, we can understand why it will last for many years. Further, it has a very wide range. Although local varieties occur every few miles, yet in the main the Shanghai dialect is understood by at least 20 million of people. For the missionary working in the Jiangsu province, a knowledge of the local dialect is indispensable, and the acquisition of it would be most useful for all those whose lot is cast to this part of China. Foreigners living in Shanghai would find it a great advantage to speak the native language, and in their business relations with the Chinese would be greatly helped if they could converse in something better than the jargon known as Pidgin English. It is for the purpose of making the attainment of a speaking knowledge of the language somewhat less difficult that the writing of this book has been undertaken. It has seemed to the writer that the acquisition of a knowledge of the written characters and of the spoken language are two distinct things. It is possible for one to learn to speak the language without being able to read the characters. By the use of the clear and simple system of romanization adopted by missionaries in Shanghai, it is possible to represent approximately all the sounds employed in the dialect. In these lessons, this system is adopted, and the student is urged to master it thoroughly. If he will do so, he can use these lessons and learn to speak the language even without knowing the characters. The characters of all the words and sentences employed are given, but they are put in the book for the benefit of the Chinese teacher. It would be unwise to trust entirely to the romanization. The student in using the book should have a teacher by his side, who, by reading the Chinese corresponding to the romanized sound, can give him a clearer idea of the pronunciation. Although in a sense the book is a shortcut to learning the spoken language, of course it is not meant to discourage the student from mastering the written language. This is, however, a distinct study, and should be undertaken in a different way. The best method of this will be to use a primer in vernacular containing the most familiar characters, and then to advance from it to the reading of the New Testament or other books in the vernacular. Vernacular books should be read first, for the reading of them will be a great assistance in learning the spoken language. After the first year, books in the literary style, 文理, should be begun. In using this book, the first thing to be mastered thoroughly is the introductory matter. The student must get this first, for it is the key to the rest of the book. He must also learn to distinguish the tones and the inflections of the voice which they imply. Then he will be ready to go on with the lessons. Although the book is divided into 30 lessons, it is not expected that the student will be able to master a lesson a day. Some of the lessons will require 3 or 4 days' work. In putting the English sentences into Chinese, the best plan would be to write out in a romanization what the student thinks the proper way of translating them would be. Then these sentences may be read to the teacher, who will correct them, and from the Chinese text will be able to tell the right way to say them. At present, only 30 lessons are published. The writer hopes, however, if the method proves to be useful, to extend these lessons still further in the future. In preparing these lessons, many books have been consulted, especially the lessons by Dr. Yates, which contain a most useful collection of words and sentences, and have long been the standard book for learning the dialect. The Grammar by Dr. Atkins, which contains a mass of useful information in regard to the structure of the language, and the Mandarin Lessons by Dr. Matier, a most exhaustive work on spoken Chinese. The writer's thanks are due especially to Reverend J.A. Silsby for the permission to make use of his clear statement of the Shanghai system of romanization, and to Professor F. C. Cooper for many suggestions and the trouble he has taken in reading the proofs. The unfailing courtesy of Reverend G. F. Fitch, Doctor of Divinity, Mrs. Gilbert Mackintosh, and C. W. Douglas has been much appreciated in the care they have taken in seeing the book through the press. Francis Lister Hawkes Pott, January 1st, 1907. The Revised Edition. The compiler of these lessons is gratified to find that they have proved useful to students of the Shanghai dialect. He regrets that he has been too much occupied to prepare additional lessons. In reprinting them, care has been taken to make the necessary corrections. The copy used by the late Professor W. O. B. Harding has been of great service in the work of revision, as in it almost all the errors in tongue marks, punctuation, and typography had been noted. Dr. A. W. Tucker has very kindly compiled the vocabularies at the end of the book, and in this way has enhanced its value. The author's thanks are due to all those who have given him suggestions and pointed out mistakes. Francis Lister Hawkes Pott, April 28, 1909. New edition. In preparing the new edition, the author has received most valuable help from his colleague, Professor F. C. Cooper. The 2 new lessons were suggested by him, and the one containing more useful words and phrases is the result of his experience, gained through teaching the book to a class of beginners. My thanks are also due to him for the time and the care he has spent in correcting the proofs and seeing the book through the press. The author hopes the book will continue to be a useful stepping stone in the acquisition of a knowledge of the Shanghai dialect. Inasmuch as Davis' Shanghai Dialect exercises may be used as a second book after the completion of this, it has not been deemed necessary to add many new lessons. Francis Lister Hawkes Pott, October 29th, 1913. In putting out this new edition, the author has made necessary corrections and added a few new terms. The Chinese language is changing rapidly at the present time. Some expressions and terms formerly used have become obsolete, and new ones have taken their place. The French fathers at Sikaway, Shigawe, with the author's permission, have published a French edition, and it is gratifying to think that the influence of this book has in this way been further extended. Attention is called to a very good little book, Conversational Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect, prepared by Dr. Frank Rawlinson and Reverend J. W. Crawford, which has as its subtitle, A Supplement to Dr. Pott's Lessons. The author would recommend it as a second book in a course on the study of the Shanghai dialect. Francis Lister Hawkes Pott, November the 18th, 1924. End of preface. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Description of the Shanghai Romanized System of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Description of the Shanghai Romanized System. Nearly all the syllables are represented by the combination of an initial and a final, a system which has been found to be well adapted to the Chinese language. Initials. Chinese sounds are divided into upper and lower series. The initials to represent the upper series are P, apostrophe M, apostrophe V, T, TS, S, apostrophe L, apostrophe N, apostrophe NY, apostrophe NG, K, KY, KW, I, and apostrophe W. These initials are pronounced in most cases much the same as in English, but without aspiration, higher in pitch, and with very little vibration of the larynx. The apostrophe before a letter indicates that the letter belongs to the higher series. Pure vowel initials also belong to this series. NY has a sound similar to that of NI in Spanish. KY equals to CH in Chuck with all aspiration eliminated. I, as an initial, has the sounds of I in Dahlia. The aspirates are PH, F, TH, TSH, KY, CH, KHW, H, HY, and HW. TH as in Thompson, not as in thin. CH equals to CH in church. HY is nearly like TI in Portia. The other aspirates are like the corresponding initials of the higher series with the addition of a strong aspiration, indicated by H. The initials to represent the lower series are B, M, V, D, DZ, Z, L, N, NY, NG, G, J, GW, Y, and W. Their pronunciation is much the same as in English. They are lower in pitch than corresponding initials of the higher series, and have more voice, being pronounced with more decided vibration of the larynx. The lower vowel initials, indicated by an inverted comma and attended with a slight aspiration, belong to this series. It would be noted that this sign differs from that employed to indicate that a consonant initial belongs to the upper series, an apostrophe being used to denote the upper initial. This inverted comma is used only before vowels, and if, by mistake, this sign is used before a consonant instead of the apostrophe, this need not confuse the reader, for the sign of the upper series is properly used only before the initial consonants M, V, L, N, NY, NG, W, and R. It should be noted well that the difference between the corresponding initials of the upper and the lower series is not so much a difference in consonantal quality as a difference in pitch, but there is a real consonantal difference. The higher series may be classified as third and the lower as sonant. Finals. 1. The vowel endings are a, e, I, au, o, oo, eu, u, ui, ia, iau, ieu, and ie. 2. The nasal endings are Group A, an, en, ien, and oen, in which the n is not sounded but lengthens out and imparts a nasal quality to the preceding vowel. Group B, ang, aung, oong, ung, and iang, in which ng has the value of ng in song. Group C, uin, in which n is sonant and has a value varying between n and ng. 3. The abrupt vowel endings are ak, ah, eh, ih, auh, ok, oeh, and iak, in which h and k are the signs of the zeng, and a vowel is pronounced in a short, abrupt manner. The sounds of the vowels are a, as in far, except when followed by n or h, when it has the sound of a is man or mat. E, as in pray. Before h, it has the sound of e as in met. I, as in caprice. Before h or ng, it is shortened to I, as in mit or sin. Au, as in August. O, as in so. Oo, as in oo in two. Oe, as in the ligature of O and E in German Goethe, the O with diaresis. EU, as in French monsieur. U, as in OO in foot, always preceded by an S sound. UI, as in fruit, or rather, as in French U. In IA, IAU, IEU, and IE, we have short I followed closely by A, AU, EU, and E, as described above. Of course, it is understood that the Chinese sounds in the majority of cases vary somewhat from the English sounds which are given as the nearest equivalent. The true pronunciation of Chinese sounds should be learnt from a Chinese teacher, and the students should always bear it in mind that any romanization used does not represent English sounds, but Chinese sounds. This fact cannot be too strongly emphasized. The 的永死母 initials used alone, i.e., without vowels, are ts, tsh, dz, s, z, m, ng, and r. The first 5 are followed by the vowel sound in the second syllable of able, prolonged. Métier and Boller use I with diaresis for this sound, and the New Mandarin Romanized uses I. It is not written but understood in the Shanghai system. M has the sound of M in chasm, and ng the sound of ng in hanger. R is a sound between final R and the L. Tongues. The tongues are 4 in number, each occurring in the upper and lower series. As has been stated, the upper and lower series can be distinguished by the initials. Sounds in the upper series are of a higher pitch, and those in the lower series of a lower pitch. The names of the tongues are 丙声 even sound, 嗓声 rising sound, 七声 going sound, 整声 entering sound. Tongue signs. To the left of a word indicates the tongue to be 嗓声 rising sound. To the right indicates the 七声 going sound. Final H or K indicate the 整声 entering sound. All other words are in the 丙声 even sound. Sounds of the tongues. The sounds of the tongues, of course, can only be learnt from a Chinese teacher. The 丙声 even sound is an even tone, the voice being level, with a slight falling inflection, as when we say come, here in our imperatives. The 嗓声 rising sound in the upper series is a twanging sound, and sounds something like the vibration of a string of a musical instrument. In the lower series, it has a wave sound which can be symbolized to the eye by the curve. The voice first falls and then rises. The 七声 going sound has the same sound in both the upper and the lower series. The voice rises much as it does when we ask a question. The students should practice with the teacher on the following table of sounds, and in time will be able to distinguish the tongues clearly and to make the proper inflection himself. Foreigners are seldom able to perfect themselves in the use of tongues, but this is due not so much to inability as to the lack of attention paid to the matter at the beginning of the study of the language. It should be understood that the names of the tongues are those of the original tongues and often bear no relation to the inflection now used, which varies in different localities. Complete list of initials and finals used in the Shanghai dialect. 上安路子母 子母 Initial sounds. P pronounces P as in ba, be. PH pronounces P as in po, pe. B pronounces B as in be, bei. Apostrophe M pronounces M as in me, ming. M pronounces M as in ma, ming. Apostrophe V pronounces V as in va. F pronounces F as in fa, fen. V pronounces V as in va, ven. T pronounces T as in de. TH pronounces the as in the, te. D pronounces the as in de, de. TS pronounces ts. TSH pronounces ts as in ta. DZ pronounces z as in za, zu. S pronounces s as in sa, su. Z pronounces z, as in z, ze. Apostrophe L pronounces l, as in ling, lu. L pronounces l, as in la, lu. Apostrophe N pronounces as in ne, no. N pronounces n, as in na, nu. Apostrophe ny pronounces n, as in nie, nie. Ny pronounces n, as in nie, ni. Apostrophe ng pronounces n, as in nie. Ng pronounces n, as in nie. K pronounces k, as in ga, ga. Kh pronounces ka, as in ka, ka. G pronounces g, as in ga. Ky pronounces ch, as in ch, chu. Ch pronounces ch, as in ch, chu. J pronounces g, as in j, ju. Kw pronounces qu, as in qu, que. Khw pronounces qu, as in qua, que. Gw pronounces gu, as in gue, gui. I pronounces I, as in I, yo. Y pronounces y, as in ye, yo. Apostrophe W pronounces w, as in we, we. W pronounces w, as in wa, we. H pronounces h, as in ha, hang. Hy pronounces sh, as in shi, xing. Hw pronounces hua, as in hua, hun. Invert comma, as in ha, heng. Yin yun, vowel sounds and finals. A pronounces a, as in ah, sa. Ang pronounces on, as in yang, sang. Ak pronounces ah, as in ah, sa. An pronounces an, as in se. Ah pronounces ah, as in ah, sa. E pronounces as in se. En pronounces an, as in an. Pronounces as in se. I pronounces as in she. In pronounces as in xian. Ing pronounces as in xin. IH pronounces I, as in ye, she. AU pronounces O, as in o, so. AUNG pronounces on, as in young, son. AUH pronounces O, as in o, so. O pronounces U, as in o, su. OK pronounces O, as in o, so. OO pronounces U, as in u, su. OONG pronounces on, as in on, song. OE pronounces U, as in su, su. OEN pronounces un, as in u, su. OEH pronounces U, as in u, su. EU pronounces O, as in o, so. UNG pronounces as in son. UH pronounces as in sa. U pronounces as in z, si. UI pronounces as in yu, shu. UIN pronounces as in yun, shun. IA pronounces ya, as in ya, xia. IANG pronounces young, as in yang, xiang. IAK pronounces ya, as in ya, sha. IAU pronounces yo, as in yo, sure. IEU pronounces you, as in you, shoe. 多用词母 Consonants used as words. M pronounces as in TS pronounces z, as in z, z. TSH pronounces ts, as in ts, ts. DZ pronounces z, as in z, z. S pronounces s, as in s, s. Z pronounces z, as in z, z. Apostrophe R pronounces as in R. R pronounces as in R. NG pronounces as in ngu. The student should practice repeating after the teacher the pronunciation of the characters in which these sounds occur. Exercising tongues. 上宾声 upper even sound, as in do, ba, shi. 五宾声 lower even sound, as in do, ba, shi. 上让声 upper rising sound, as in do, ba, shi. 五让声 lower rising sound, as in do, ba, ji. 上气声 upper going sound, as in do, ba, shu. 五气声 lower going sound, as in do, ba, xia. 上人声 upper entering sound, as in do, ba, xie. 五声声, lower entering sound, as in du, ba, je. The student should practice upon the sounds illustrating the different tones. The columns should be read from the top down. The teacher can guide him by first pronouncing the Chinese characters. End of the description of the Shanghai Romanized system. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 1 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 1. The Classifier. A or N is translated into Chinese by the numeral ye, 1, and a classifier placed between the numeral and the noun. There are over 40 classifiers, different nouns taking different ones, according to the class to which they belong. Nouns being generally used with classifiers accounts for the fact that in Pidgin English we have the oft recurring expression 1 PC. Most concrete nouns take classifiers, but not all. Exceptions will be pointed out later on. Sometimes when the object spoken of is quite definitely known, the noun is used without the classifier. In this lesson, the two most common classifiers will be introduced, and in succeeding lessons the others will appear gradually. It must be remarked that some nouns may take more than one classifier, sometimes one being used and sometimes another. The most common classifier is G. It is applied to such nouns as have no special classifier and may, upon occasion, be applied to almost any noun as a substitute for the special classifier. Quoted, Metier. The classifier Z is used with animals, birds, fowls, insects, also with articles of furniture have legs or resting on a base, also with vessels, boats, etc. Vocabulary. A man, 一个人. A woman, 一个女人. Literally, female human being. A teacher, 一个先生. Literally, born before. A child, 一个少女. An egg, 一个蛋. A cash, 一个铜币. See second note at the end of lesson. A dollar, 一个洋币. A servant, 一个佣人. A table, 一只台子. A chair, 一只椅子. An orange, 一只橘子. A pupil, 一个学生子. To want, to wish. Your. Also used in forming the future tense of verbs, as will be explained later. Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 一个人有一只台子. A man wants a table. 2. 一个女人有一只椅子. A woman wants a chair. 3. 一个小女有一个铜币. A child wants a cash. 4. 一个学生子有一个先生. A student wants a teacher. 5. 一个佣人有一个蛋. A servant wants an egg. 6. 一个佣人有一个洋币. A servant wants a dollar. 7. 一个小女有一只橘子. A child wants an orange. Translate into Chinese. 1. A pupil wants an orange. 一个学生子要一只橘子。2. A woman wants a dollar. 一个女人要一个洋钿。3. A servant wants a cash. 一个佣人要一个铜钿。4. A teacher wants a table. 一个先生要一只台子。5. A man wants an egg. 一个人要一个蛋。6. A pupil wants a chair. 一个学生只要一只椅子。7. A teacher wants a pupil. 一个先生要一个学生子。Notes. Note 1. It is difficult to form idiomatic sentences in Chinese until a larger vocabulary has been given. Note 2. With 养的, the classifier generally used is que, a piece or slice. Note 3. It will be noticed how many words are formed from the combination of two or more words. This is a characteristic of the Chinese language. For instance, the word 永宁 is composed of the verb 永, meaning use, and the word 宁, man, and means the man whom you use or employ. Note 4. With 西上, the classifier 为 is generally used. Note 5. Nouns take no change in form for the plural, but the classifier is omitted. Note 6. With 一次, the classifier 不 is sometimes used. End of Lesson 1. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 2 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 2. Demonstrative and personal pronouns. The definite article the is not expressed directly in Chinese, but the demonstrative pronoun takes its place. The demonstrative pronouns are this or these, 这个, that or those, 一个. The demonstrative pronouns change their forms with different nouns, being formed by the 的 or 一 and the classifier belonging to the noun. Thus, this table is not 这个袋子 but 这只袋子. When the demonstrative is used with a numeral, it retains the form 这个 or 一个, and the classifier of the noun comes between the numeral and the noun. Thus, this one table is 这个一只袋子. The personal pronouns are as follows. Singular number, nominative and objective. The first person, I or me, 我. The second person, thou, thee or you, 侬. The third person, he, she, it, him, her, 乙. Possessive. The first person, my or mine, 我. The second person, thy, thine or yours, 侬. The third person, his, hers, its, 乙. Plural number. Nominative and objective. The first person, we or us. 你 or 你. The second person, you or ye. 那. The third person, they or them. 伊拉. Possessive. The first person, ours. 你的, 我你的. The second person, your or yours. 哪个. The third person, their or theirs. 伊拉的. The use of 个 in the possessive case must be noted. 个 serves to form the possessive case of nouns as it does of pronouns. Thus to say, a man's table would be 一个人的台子. Exercises in possessive case formation will be found in this lesson. Vocabulary. A son, 一个儿子. A daughter, 一个女. A friend, 一个朋友. A sheep, 一只羊. A bird, 一只鸟. A bed, 一只床. Bull is the classifier used with tools, instruments, or articles grasped in the hand. A knife or sword, 一把刀. A fork, 一把醋. A spoon, 一把勺. An umbrella, 一把伞. To have or has, 有. Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 我有一把刀. I want a knife. 2. 這個人有一隻羊的. This person has a money. 3. 侬的朋友的兒子有一隻羊. The son of your friend has a sheep. 4. 伊的女人的女有隻鳥. The daughter of his woman wants a bird. 5. 伊有一把傘. He or she wants an umbrella. 6. 我有一把醋. I want a fork. 7. 侬有一隻床. You want a bed. 8. 那有一塊洋地. You have $1. 9. 這個先生有隻橘子. This teacher has an orange. 10. 伊的傭人有一個蛋. His or her servant has an egg. Translate into Chinese. 1. Your teacher has a table. 侬的先生有隻台子. 2. Your friend has a son. 我的朋友有一個兒子. 3. Their daughter has an umbrella. 伊拉的女有一把傘. 4. They want a bed. 伊拉有一隻床. 5. That servant wants a knife. 一个佣人要一把刀。 6. This pupil's teacher has a chair. 这个学生子的先生有一只椅子。 7. My son wants $1. 我的兒子要一塊洋鈿。 8. He wants a fork. 伊要一把醋。 9. She wants a spoon. 伊要一把勺。 10. The woman's daughter has an orange. 一个女人的囡有一只橘子。 11. He has mine. 伊有我的。 12. He has yours. 伊有侬的。 Notes. Note 1. Verbs undergo no change in form for the singular and the plural number. Tense formation will be explained later. Note 2. The verb 有 is often used for the expression there is. Thus, 有一个人要铜钿 means there is a man who wants cash. Note 3. 有的 means some. Thus, 有个人 is some man. Note 4. Sometimes the g is omitted and we have 有人. Thus, 有人要洋钿 means some man wants $. End of Lesson 2. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 3 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 3. The numerals up to 100. 1. 一 2. 你 or 两 3. 四 4. 四 5. 五 6. 六 7. 七 8. 八 9. 九 10. 十 From 10 to 20, the numerals are formed by adding the digitals after 10. 11. 11 12. 12 etc. 15. 15 pronounced 15. 20. 20 In speaking of the day of the month, 20 is used. 30. 30 Literally 3 tenths. The Z sound in Z becomes S when preceded by another word. 40. 40 50. 50 60. 60 70. 70 80. 80 90. 90 100 100 The intervening numbers between 20 and 30, etc. are formed regularly by adding the digits to the decimals. Thus 21 is 爷爷 31 is 爷爷 etc. 35 is pronounced 35 In using the numeral with the noun, the classifier of the noun is introduced between the numeral and the noun. Thus, 4 men is 4人 not 4人 6 chairs is 6隻椅子 not 6椅子 In speaking of a thing well understood, the noun is often omitted, and we have simply the numeral with the classifier as 6が 4隻 etc. Vocabulary A cow 一隻牛 A native 一個本地人 A foreigner 一個外國人 Literally outside kingdom man Children 小女 A large box or trunk 一隻箱子 A small box 一隻盒子 A fan 一部梳子 A broom 一部掃帚 A teapot 一部壶 To be, is, are, 是 Exercises Translate into English 1. 我要4隻箱子 I want 3 boxes 2. 這部梳子是侬的 This fan is yours 3. 伊的兒子有雜誌 His or her son has a box 4. 我的先生要一部書 My teacher wants a teapot 5. 31隻羊是伊的 31 sheep are his or hers 6. 27隻牛是伊的 27 cows are his or hers 7. 一個外國人有2隻椅子 That foreigner has 2 chairs 8. 30是4個10 30 is 3/10 9. 100是10個10 100 is 10/10 10. 10個人有10隻碟子 15 people have 15 tables 11. 先生是本地人我是外國人 The teacher is a native and I am a foreigner 12. 傭人有一部掃帚 The servant wants a broom. Translate into Chinese. 1. He wants 3 teapots. 伊要4部書 2. 4 pupils want 4 fans. 4學生只有4部書子 3. This large box is my friend's. 这只箱子是我的朋友的。4. He has 30 knives. 伊有30把刀。5. These $5 are the pupils. 这个5块洋钿是学生子的。6. The teacher has 27 pupils. 先生有25个学生子。7. These 2 fans are his. 这个2把扇子是伊的。8. That small box is the foreigner's. 一只盒子是外国人的。9. 6 tens are 60. 6个10是60。10. My friend has 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. 我的朋友有5个小囡，3个儿子，2个囡。Note: 盒子 is a small box in distinction from 箱子, a large box, but as will be seen later, the adjectives for large and small may also be used with both of these words. End of Lesson 3. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 4 of the Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 4 Adjectives. Certain words in Chinese are distinctly used as adjectives, but many other words such as nouns, verbs, and adverbs may be used to qualify nouns. In the expression 读书人, meaning a scholar, we have the verb 读 to read and the noun 是 book, qualifying 人 man, the whole expression being literally the reading book man. Adjectives may be compared as follows. 的 is added after the adjective to make the comparative degree, and 定 is placed before the adjective to form the superlative degree. Thus, positive degree good is 好, comparative degree better is 好的, superlative degree best is 定好. There are, however, many other ways of expressing the superlative. Thus, we may have 好来喜, which is literally good come death, that is, good to the death. This is a very frequent expression. We have also 最好 or 极好. Very good is usually 蛮好. 好得极 means superlatively good. The adjective 好 has a very wide use. Everything that is good, suitable, correct, or proper may be said to be 好. Vocabulary. Good 好. Bad 丑. More often 不好. V means not. cold 懒 hot 热 white 白 black 黑 large 大 small 小 a scholar 一个读书人 a dog 一只狗 water 水 generally used without a classifier. A horse 一只马 Pit is sometimes used as the classifier for horses. 本 is the classifier for book. A book 一本书 条 is the classifier with long, winding or limber objects. A bridge 一条桥 A street 一条街 A road 一条路 To read, to study 读 To come 来 To go 去 Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 这只狗是好的 This dog is good. 2. 我要读書 I want to study. I want to read. 3. 我要朗書 I want cold water. 4. 这只羊是黑的 This sheep is black. 5. 一只牛是白的 That cow is white. 6. 一个本地人有两只黑的马 That native has 2 black horses. 7. 我有一个朋友要来 I have a friend who wants to come. 8. 一个先生要去 That teacher wants to go. 9. 这个水是热的 This water is hot. 10. 这条桥是大的 This bridge is grand. 11. 这个一条街是小的 This one street is small. 12. 这个一条路是不好 This one road is not good. 13. 一本书是先生的 这本书是我的 That book is the teacher's, this book is mine. 14. 这只台子是小的 This table is smaller. 15. 列册上是定读。This bed is the biggest. Translate into Chinese. 1. These 5 oranges are bad. 第5只橘子是不好。2. The teacher wishes me to study. 先生要我讀書。3. The natives' cows are good. 本地人的牛是好的。4. I have a white bird. 我有一隻白的鳥。5. I want warm water. 我要熱水。6. The dog is very black. 一隻狗是黑得急。7. That bed is smaller. 一隻床是小的。8. This box is larger. 這隻箱子是大的。9. The teapot is very white. 一把茶壺是蠻白。10. My teacher will come. 我的先生要來。11. The foreigner will go. 一個外國人要去。12. I want a large dog. 我要大的一隻狗。Notes. Note 1. Adjectives generally take "g" after them, the "g" standing between the adjective and the noun. In some cases, the "g" is omitted, as in the expression 冷死 cold water. We do not say 冷的死. Note 2. 讀書 is the common expression for to study. Note 3. In such a sentence as I want warm water, the 我 may be omitted. In speaking to a servant, one would say 要冷水 I want hot water. End of Lesson 4. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 5 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 5. Interrogatives and Negatives. Va is used as the sign of a direct question expecting the answer yes or no. It is added at the end of the sentence. Thus, "Dega zi nonga va?" means, is this yours? "Dega ho va?" means, is this good? The verb zi being omitted. The Chinese do not use a rising inflection of the voice to indicate that a question is being asked. Ma is used for asking a question when the action is presumed to have been completed. Thus, "Ve che ma?" means, have you eaten your rice? Or have you dined? "Xi san qi ma?" means, has the teacher gone? Ni is used for asking a question implying the alternative. Thus, "Non qi ne va qi?" Are you going or not going? "Non le ne va le?" means, are you coming or not coming? Ni is also used in a question expecting a negative answer, but the explanation of this may be reserved until later. Who is sa. In this sense, it is always joined to the noun ning. Thus, sa ning means who, Pidgin English, who man. Sa is also used in the sense of what. It sometimes precedes the noun as sa sang yi, what business. In a sentence like, what do you want? It follows the verb. Thus, non yo sa. Literally, you want what? Sa is also used with va in the sense of any in asking a question. Thus, non yo sa va means, do you want anything? You sa ni yo qi va means, does anyone wish to go? Non you sa dong di va means, have you any cash? Which is ali. It is always used with numeral and classifier. Thus, ali ye ge ning means, which man? Ali ye dio lu means, which road? Ali ye ben si means, which book? Ali liang bu do means, which two knives? When a subject is understood about which you are conversing, the noun may be omitted, and ali with the numeral and the classifier are sufficient. Thus, in speaking of roads, ali ye dio would be enough. No or not is expressed by va. Thus, yi va yo qi means he does not wish to go. Ma is used in the sense of not any in answering a question asking whether you have any. Thus, non you sa yang di va? Have you any dollars? The answer might be ma. Sometimes sa is used in answering questions in the negative. Thus, non you sa zu va? Have you anything to do? Have you any employment? The answer might be sa zu, not anything to do. No one is sa ning. Thus, you sa ning le va? Has anyone come? The answer might be sa ning. Vocabulary: rice growing, do, rice uncooked, 米 rice cooked. There a hat, cap or bonnet. 一顶帽子 or 一只帽子 A carpenter 一个木匠 literally good worker. A hand 一只手 A foot 一只脚 根 is the classifier denoting object long and generally stiff. A cane or stick 一根棒 树 is the classifier for hills and buildings. A house 一座房子 sometimes 一只房子 Say is the classifier for broad objects. A door 一扇门 To eat, eats, eat. 吃 To invite, invites, invite. 请 also used in the sense of please when making a request of anyone. To take 当 or no. To call, cause, call. 叫 To open, opens, open. Care To shut, shuts, shut. 贵 To do, does, perform, make. 住 To enter, enters, come in. 进 Exercises Translated into English. 1. 一个先生饭吃吗 Has that teacher dined? 2. 我要请一位先生 I want to invite a teacher. 3. 开开门 Open the door. 4. 这个叫啥 What is this called? 5. 关门 Close the door. 6. 这本是啥人带来的 Who brought this book? 7. 哪里一根棒是侬的 Which stick is yours? 8. 哪里一座房子是伊的 Which house is his or hers? 9. 啥人带去的 Who took it away? 10. 人有两只手两只脚 A human or a man has 2 hands and 2 feet. 11. 侬有啥生意做啊 Do you have any business to do? 12. 我唔啥生意做 I don't have any business to do. 13. 侬叫啥 What's your name? What are you called? 14. 有啥人进来伐？唔啥人。Has anyone entered? No one. 15. 侬帽子有伐？没。Do you have a hat? No. Translate into Chinese. 1. Have the children eaten their rice? 小囡饭吃吗？ 2. Which cow is yours? 何里一只牛是侬的？ 3. Which bird is black? 何里一只鸟是黑的？ 4. Bring the hot water. 带热水来。 5. Bring the boiling water. 带开水来。 6. Please come in. 请进来。 7. Who did it? 啥人做的？ 8. Who brought it? 啥人带来的？ 9. Who took it away? 啥人带去的？ 10. Who wants it? 啥人要的？ 11. Who entered? 啥人进来的？ 12. Who opened the door? 啥人开门？ 13. Who shut the door? 啥人关门？ 14. Which table is yours? 阿里这袋子是侬的？15. What do you want? 侬要啥？16. Have you anything to eat? 侬有啥吃伐？17. I have nothing to eat. 唔啥吃。18. Have you any oranges? 侬有啥橘子伐？19. I have. 有的。20. I have none. 没。Notes. Note 1. Note the difference between 请、就 and 嘿。请 is used in speaking to an equal or to a superior. 就 is speaking to a servant. 嘿 is even more curt than 就. Thus, 请伊来 means invite him to come, and is the polite form of speech if you wish an equal to come to you. 叫伊来 or 嘿伊来 would be used if you tell someone to call your servant or workman to you. Note 2. Notice the repetition of the ke in the third sentence of the first exercise. This makes it more emphatic. Note 3. The verbs da, take, and le, come, are often used together in the sense of bring, literally take, come. So also with da and qi. This means take away, literally take, go. Sometimes the da and le and the da and the qi are separated from one another by other words in a sentence. Thus, 大四来 means bring the books. The above remarks also hold true for no. Note 4. In the sixth sentence of the first exercise, the words 的本事 stand first. This is because they are emphatic. It is difficult to give any hard and fast rule in regard to the order of words in a Chinese sentence, but generally speaking, we may say that the most emphatic word is placed first. In this sentence, it is the book which is being talked about, and so it occurs first. Note 5. The words in the 13th sentence of the first exercise would only be addressed to a servant or a child. What are you called means what is your name, not what is your surname. In polite phraseology, in speaking to a person, the pronoun 侬 is never employed. The third person is used instead of the second. To ask your teacher his name, you would say 曾姓. which means what is your honorable name, surname. If you wish to inquire further as to his other name, you would say 请就答, which means please tell me your great official name. The requirements of etiquette as to the use of words will be explained later somewhat fully. Note 6. In the fifth sentence of the second exercise, the expression boiling water is used. For this, the words 开 open and 死 water are used. It signifies that boiling water is open water on account of the bubbles which proceed from it. End of Lesson 5. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 6 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 6. Some remarks on the verb. In a monosyllabic language like the Chinese, the words themselves are never inflected, and therefore the moods and the tenses of the verbs are formed by the addition of auxiliary words to mark the change of meaning. We will take the verb 吃 to illustrate. Indicative mood. Present tense, simple form, I eat, 我吃. Present tense, continuous, I am eating, 我嚟嚟吃. 我嚟吃. Past tense, simple form, I ate, 我吃嘅. Past tense, continuous, I was eating, 我嚟嚟吃. Past tense, emphatic form, I did eat, 我是吃嘅. Perfect tense, I have eaten, 我吃咗. 我吃啦啫. 我吃過啫. Past tense, I had eaten, 我已經吃咗. 我已經吃啦啫. 我已經吃過啫. Future tense, I will or shall eat, 我要吃. The future perfect tense cannot be expressed directly. The only change for the different persons is the above will be in the use of the pronouns of the different persons. Imperative mood. 吃 吃乜啫? Participles. Present, eating. 吃 Past, having eaten. 吃子. A few words of explanation are necessary. The use of 嚟嚟 and 嚟啦 are a little difficult to understand at first. As stated, 我嚟嚟吃 means I am eating. If, however, a third person asked your servant, 西餐未吃嗎? Has the teacher eaten his rice? The servant would answer, if you were still eating, 已嚟啦吃, meaning he is eating. If you yourself said, 我嚟啦吃, it would mean I was eating. In a perfect tense, the word 过 means literally to pass over. In a past perfect, the words 已经 mean already. The real force of leli is here, and the real force of lela is there. There are a great many ways of expressing completed action in Chinese. These will be explained later. In this lesson, one of the most common will be explained. It is by the use of the adjective ho after the verb. Thus, 吃好子 means I have finished eating. 读好子 means I have finished reading. Ho, good, is also used before the verb to qualify it. Thus we have the expressions 好吃的 meaning good to eat. 好读的 easy to read. 好做的 easy to do, etc. Vocabulary. To arrive, 到 To give by hand, 把 To buy, 买 To speak, 无 To burn or cook, 烧 To learn, 学 A table boy, 一个戏子 A horseboy or coachman, 一个母夫 A pear, it's a 三厘 A peach, it's a 朵子 A tailor, 一个裁缝 China or Chinese, 中国 Literally, Middle Kingdom. Shanghai, 上海 Ji is the classifier denoting garments, pieces of baggage and merchandise, and also an affair. A garment, 一件衣裳 Sang is the classifier denoting pairs. A pair of shoes, 一双鞋子 A pair of socks or stockings, 一双襪 New, 新 Old, 旧 or law. Of persons, only law is used. Law is old as to time, 旧 generally means worn out, in bad condition. Law is often used as a title of respect, meaning venerable. Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 我要學我中國話 I want to learn to speak Chinese. 2. 我要學讀中國詩 I want to learn to read Chinese books. 3. 侬要讀詩伐 Do you want to read books? Do you want to study? 4. 一隻箱子帶去伐 Is that box taken away? 5. 叫伊去乜啫 Have called him or her to go. 6. 一个马夫要买3只马。That coachman wants to buy 3 horses. 7. 我拨伊5块洋钿叫伊去买一只羊。I gave him or her $5 and told him or her to buy a goat. 8. 我已经话过啫。I have spoken. 9. 上海到过些吗？ Have you been in Shanghai? 10. 到过些啫。I have been. 11. 我的衣裳裁缝做好吗？ Has the tailor done my garment? 12. 伊来了做。He is working on it. 13. 侬吃好子饭要做啥？ What do you want to do after eating dinner? 14. 吃好子饭要读书。After eating dinner, I want to read books. 15. 我要去买一双新的鞋子。I want to go to buy a pair of new shoes. 16. 饭烧好吗？ Has the rice been cooked? 17. 烧好啫。Cooked. 18. 老先生叫现在去买生理。The old teacher told the table boy to buy pear. 19. 叫伊来做么子？ Call him to come to do. 20. 迭个做过些吗？做过些个。Have you ever done this before? I have. Translate into Chinese. 1. I have already read this book. 迭本书我已经读过啫。2. Do you want to buy a dog? 一只狗要买伐？ 3. When I arrive at Shanghai, I wish to buy an umbrella. 到至上海我要买把阳伞。4. Has my friend come? 我的朋友来吗？ 5. I gave him $4 and told him to buy a table. 我拨伊4块洋钿叫伊去买一只台子。 6. The teacher is eating his dinner. 先生来了吃饭。7. I have already given him $10. 我已經給伊10塊洋鈿。8. Come along. 來嘛啫。9. When the teacher has come, call me. 先生來子嘛來叫我。10. Have you ever eaten Chinese peaches? 中國桃子侬吃過些嗎？ 11. I have eaten them. 吃過些啫。12. Those pupils are studying Chinese. 一個學生子來了讀中國書。13. The foreign teacher is learning to speak Chinese. 外國先生來了學中國話。Notes. Note 1. China is known by many different names. The most common is 中國. We also have 大清國, the Great Pure Kingdom, 中武, the Middle Civilized Kingdom, and 十八省, the 18 provinces used of China proper without its dependencies. A modern name is 支那. It represents the sound of China and was much used by the Reform Party. The name adopted for the Republic of China is 中国民国. The Middle Civilized People's Kingdom. Note 2. In the 9th sentence of the first exercise, the force of the 到 is visiting the place for the first time. Note 3. In the 20th sentence of the first exercise, the meaning is, have you ever done this before? Note 4. In the 9th sentence of the second exercise, you use the past participle, 来自. After it, 么 is often used for euphony. Thus the sentence would be, 先生來自嘛來叫我. Note 5. In the 12th sentence of the second exercise, 是 is added after 中国. The meaning is, the pupils are studying Chinese books. Note 6. In the 13th sentence of the second exercise, the foreign teacher would be 外国先生.外国 is used as an adjective. End of Lesson 6. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 7 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 7. Prepositions and Postpositions and Common Connectives. The words expressing the relations of nouns to one another are placed, some of them before and some of them after the governed substantive. At or to is expressed by la. Thus, 我把它以 I gave it to him. To or towards, in the sense of direction, is expressed by 到. Thus, 我要到上海去 I wish to go to Shanghai. To or towards is also expressed by 的, as in the expression to speak to a person. Thus, 我对伊我 I said to him. From is expressed by 从. Thus, 我从上海来 I came from Shanghai. With is expressed by 的 or 懂. Thus, 我答伊把我 or 我懂伊把我 I talked with him. Instead of is 替 or 代替. Thus, 我代替伊做 I do it instead of him. The idea of doing it for a person is expressed by 的. Thus, 我代伊做 I will do it for him. In is expressed by placing la or 来了 before the noun and li or 里乡 after the noun. Thus, 来房子里 means in the house. 来箱子里 means in a box. On is expressed by placing la or 来了 before the noun and la after it. Thus, 来路上 means on the road. 来台子上 means on the table. 外 means out. The usual expression is 外頭 outside. It follows the noun. Other prepositions will be introduced later. The most common connective is 咯 and corresponds quite closely to our use of and. Thus, 我要買鞋子咯嘛 means I wish to buy shoes and stockings. Nouns are often placed beside one another without any connective between them. 搭子 is used much in the same sense as 咯. Also is 矮子 or 矮. Thus, 这个鞋子好的 means this also is good. 我也要買 means I also wish to buy. 我也要買 means I still wish to buy. Vocabulary. A city. 一座城 A school. 一个学堂 A hat. 一顶帽子 A head. 一个头 A foot. 一只脚 A hand. 一只手 A heart. 一个心 Father. 牙 Mother. 娘 A body. 一个身体 Home. 屋里 To sit. Zoo. To live, dwell. 死 To wear. 扎 To place. 放 把 To use. 用 To wear on the head. 打 Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 啥人拨了伊的 Who gave it to him or her? 2. 伊的爷拨了伊的 His or her father gave it to him or her. 3. 迭个要带到屋里去 This needs to be taken home. 4. 帽子要戴辣头上 The hat needs to be worn on the head. 5. 鞋子要扎辣脚上 The shoes need to be worn on the feet. 6. 衣裳要扎辣身浪 The garment needs to be worn on the body. 7. 先生住辣城里伐 Does the teacher live in the city? 8. 学生子要到学堂里去 The students wish to go to school. 9. 我叫先生把我的衣裳辣箱子里 I told the table boy to put my garment in the box. 10. 先生从外国到中国来 The teacher came from foreign country to China. 11. 先生叫小囡用心读书 The teacher told the child to study diligently. 12. 勿要坐辣床浪，要坐辣椅子浪 Don't sit in bed, but sit on the chair. 13. 书放辣台子浪 Put the book on the table. 14. 朋友已經來過子落去啫。The friend has already come and gone. 15. 生理是好吃的，桃子也是好吃的。The pear is nice to eat. The peach is nice to eat too. 16. 這個小女沒爺娘的。This child has no parents. 17. 啥人辣學堂裡？先生搭子學生子。Who are in the school? Teachers and students. 18. 侬還要買啥伐？不要。Do you still wish to buy anything? No. Translate into Chinese. 1. I placed the knives and the forks on the table. 刀叉我放了台子上。2. Who lives in this house? Mr. Dzak. 啥人住了这个房子里？张先生。3. The father and mother wish the child to study. 爷娘要伊的小囡读书。4. Do you live in the city or out of the city? 侬住了城里呢，城外。5. The cat is on the table. 猫辣台子上。6. Take it in your hand. 拿辣手里。7. Keep it in mind. Place it on your heart. 放辣心上。8. The heart is in the body. 心来了身体里。9. That child has no shoes on his feet. 伊个小囡脚浪没鞋子。10. That man has no hat on his head. 伊个人头上没帽子。11. To whom do the cows and sheep belong? 牛和羊是啥人的？ 12. When you have put on your clothes, come and eat. 摘好子衣裳落来吃。13. The horseboy wishes to feed the horse also. 马夫也要拨马吃。14. You and I are friends. 侬搭子我是朋友。15. Have you ever been to foreign countries? 外國去過些伐？ Notes. Note 1. There are many different ways of saying father and mother, but these will have to be explained later. Note 2. 郎 is really the character zang. It has the letter sound when used in the adverb above, which is 长的. Note 3. The seventh sentence of the first exercise is correct grammatically, but would not be used in polite speech. The usual way of asking a gentleman where he lives is to say, 西上夫人哪里? Note 4. In the 11th sentence of the first exercise, the expression 用心 means to be diligent or to pay attention. Note 5. In the second sentence of the second exercise, Mr. Zhang is translated 张先生. Zhang is a common surname in Chinese. The Xi-san follows the surname. Note 6. Dong is generally used with ido. Dong coming before the noun and ido after it. Thus, 我同我的朋友一道到上海去. I and my friend together go to Shanghai. End of Lesson 7. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 8 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 8. Potential and subjunctive moods and some interrogative adverbs. May or can is expressed by 可以. Thus, I may or can eat is 我可以吃. When physical ability is implied, 能够 is frequently used. Thus, I have the physical ability to do is 我能够做. When acquired ability is to be expressed, 会 is generally used. Thus, I have the ability to speak Chinese is 我会说中国话. The subjunctive mood is expressed exactly like the indicative mood, except that some word meaning if is placed at the beginning of the clause, and that the particle ma is generally placed at the end of the clause. If is za, zasu, zazu, tangzu, tangsi. Thus, if I go, I will call you is expressed 下次我去嘛我要叫侬. Very often the word implying if is omitted at the beginning of the clause, and the condition is implied simply by the use of the ma at the end of the clause. Thus, when he has finished it, come and tell me is いつ好嘛来等我. How is 哪能. Thus, how do you know is 侬哪能晓得. When is 几日. Thus, when did you come is 侬几日来的. When did you arrive is 侬几日到. Beginners in Chinese often make the mistake of using 几日 as the ordinary adverb of time to express such a sentence as when I come, he will go. We say 我来自嘛伊要去 The past participle being used and m implying that it is conditional. It is incorrect to say 我只是来伊要去 Let it be remembered that 只是 is only used in asking a question. We have the 只是 used after the verb in such a sentence as 侬到这只是在 meaning how long since you arrived, or 伊去这只是在 meaning how long since he went. Vocabulary To sell 买 or 买它 To see 看 or seen 看见 To walk 走 To run 跑 To know 晓得 To know a person 认得 To understand 懂 or 明白 A pagoda is 塔 A sedan chair 一顶轿子 A visitor or guest 一位客人 A doctor 一位郎中 or 一位医生 A grave mound is 坟山 A mouth 一个口 or 一张纸 A doorway, mouth of the door, 一个门口 or 一个门口头 An ear, 一只耳朵 A nose, 一个鼻头 An eye, 一只眼睛 A face, 一个面孔 Boo is the classifier used with carriages and vehicles on wheels. A carriage, 一部马车 A rickshaw, 一部东洋车 Literally east of the ocean carriage. Japan is known as the land east of the ocean, and rickshaws were first used there. A wheelbarrow, 一部车子 or 小车 Short, 短 Long, 长 Fast, 快 Slow, 慢 Tomorrow, 明早 Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 侬明白伐？勿明白。Do you understand? No, I don't understand. 2. 中国话侬会话伐？我勿会话。Can you speak Chinese? No, I can't. 3. 中国书侬会读伐？我勿会读。Can you read Chinese books? No, I can't. 4. 请先生明早来。Ask the teacher to come tomorrow. 5. 侬几时可以去？我明早可以去。When can you go? I can go tomorrow. 6. 这只马勿能够跑得快。This horse can't run fast. 7. 实习先生来嘛，侬对伊话我上海去在。If the teacher comes, tell him I've gone to Shanghai. 8. 去叫一部东洋车。Go and call a rickshaw. 9. 但是他侬看见些吗？ Have you seen the pagoda? 10. 木匠坐着小车子到上海去在。The carpenter went to Shanghai by car. 11. 这个人侬认得伐？勿认得。Do you know this person? No, I don't know. 12. 侬哪能去啊？我坐马车去的。How did you go? I went by carriage. 13. 要侬去请医生来。I want you to go and ask the doctor to come. 14. 请先生下来慢点。Ask the teacher to speak slowly. 15. 实在先生下来快嘛，我勿懂。If the teacher speaks fast, I will not be able to understand. 16. 这根棒是长的，这把刀是短的。This stick is long, this knife is short. 17. 客人到至门口头，请伊里向坐。When the visitor arrives at the door, ask him to come in and sit. 18. 这个小囡的面孔蛮好看。That child's face is nice looking. 19. 人有两只耳朵，两只眼睛，一个鼻头牢，一张嘴。A man has 2 ears, 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. 20. 这座房子已经卖脱噻。This house has been sold. Translate into Chinese. 1. Please take a seat. 请坐。2. When will that teacher come? 一个先生几时要来 3. He said he will come tomorrow. 伊话伊明朝要来 4. Have you seen my dog? 我的一只狗侬看见些吗 5. Ask the visitor to come in. 请客人进来 6. The sheep is on the grave mound. 这只羊辣坟山浪 7. I wish to ride in a sedan chair and go into the city. 我要坐轿子到城里去 8. When the doctor comes, come and call me. 医生来子嘛来叫我 9. Call 2 rickshaws. 去叫2部东洋车 10. How long have you been in China? 侬到至中国几时在 11. If men had no eyes, they would not be able to see. 实在人没眼睛，伊拉勿能够看见。12. If the pupil is not diligent, he will not be able to learn Chinese. 实在学生子勿用心，伊勿会学中国话。13. I do not know how to say this. 迭个我勿晓得哪能画的。14. When will the doctor come? 医生几时要来 15. Tomorrow he will come. 伊明朝要来 16. The road to Shanghai is very long. 到上海的路是蛮长 19. The child runs very fast. 迭个小囡跑了蛮快 20. Do you know my friend? I don't. 我的朋友侬认得伐？勿认得。Notes. Note 1. In the 6th sentence of the first exercise, notice that the adjective qua is turned into an adverb by the le coming before it. Adjectives are often used with verbs in this way. Note 2. In the 12th sentence of the first exercise, notice the expression for traveling in a carriage. In Chinese, you sit a carriage. Note 3. In the first sentence of the second exercise, we have the usual polite expression for asking one to be seated. 请坐. This should be said as soon as a guest or stranger enters the room, but of course is not used in speaking to inferiors. In such cases, it is enough to say 坐坐. Note 4. Notice the difference between 买 to buy and 马 to sell. To our ears, the sounds are hard to distinguish. The only difference is in the tones. Note 5. The new term for rickshaw is 网泊处, a yellow running carriage. End of Lesson 8. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 9 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 9. The use of the, reduplication of verbs, reflexive pronouns. In expressing the carrying of the action of the verb into effect, the is often used after it. Thus, 醒着 means that a thing has been actually found. 醒 means to find. There are a great many active verbs which can take the after them. For example, we have 得着 meaning a thing has been obtained. 得 means to get. 板着 means a person or thing has been met. 板 means to strike against. Verbs are often repeated for emphasis. We have had an example of this in the expression 走走 meaning sit down. Thus, 哭哭 means look look. In many cases, 也 is inserted between the verbs as 哭也哭. In such cases, the last verb is changed into a verbal noun. Literally, it would be look a look. The reflexive personal pronouns hardly require any explanation. They are formed by adding 自家 after the personal pronouns. Thus, I myself would be 我自家. You yourself would be 侬自家, and so on for the rest. Vocabulary. To teach. 教 to write. 写 to ask. 问 to pay. 付 to build. 找 to look for. 醒 to hear. 听 or heard, 听记. To know a Chinese character, 杀 to strike against, 把 to get, 的 a mason, 一个泥石匠 a water buffalo. It's a sinew. An apple. It's a 饼菇. A dining table. It's a 茶杯碟子. An office desk. It's a 匣子碟子. A Chinese character. 一个是 a drawer of a table. 一只抽屉，一只抽屉。An unmarried woman， 一个小姐。Tea， 茶。Now， 现在。Not yet， 勿曾。Still not yet， 还勿曾。Why， 为啥 or 为啥咯 Because， 因为 or 为此。In using 因为 the particle lo is generally added at the end of the clause. Thus, why did you not go? Because I did not want to go is 侬为啥勿去？因为我勿要去咯。Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 请先生教我读中国诗。Ask the teacher to teach me reading Chinese books. 2. 现在我要学写中国字。Now I want to learn writing Chinese characters. 3. 侬买这只写字台动地付吗？勿曾。You have bought a desk. Have you paid money? I haven't. 4. 迭个字我勿识。This character I don't know. 5. 实在侬勿识么可以问先生。If you don't know, you can ask the teacher. 6. 房子造好吗？还勿曾。Has the house been built? Still not yet. 7. 我的扇子请侬搭我寻寻看。My fan, please you look for it for me. 8. 扇子已经寻着噻。The fan has already been found. 9. 侬为啥咯勿曾去？因为我要读书咯。Why you haven't gone yet? Because I want to study. 10. 请先生吃茶。Ask the teacher to have tea. 11. 请先生用茶。Ask the teacher to take tea. 12. 实在人没耳朵，伊拉勿能够听。If men have no ears, they can't hear. 13. 我勿曾到中国来，所以勿曾看见些。I have not been in China. I haven't seen water buffaloes. 14. 你是这样碰着些吗？勿曾。Have you met the mason? Not yet. 15. 写字台子浪的书是啥人的？是我自家的。 Whose book is it on the desk? It's mine. 16. 我將侬放我的衣裳在抽屉裡，侬為啥不曾放啊？ I asked you to put my garment inside the drawer. Why you haven't? 17. 去看看先生來嗎？ Go to see if the teacher has come. 18. 我的傘侬尋着嗎？尋不着。 My umbrella, have you found it? I couldn't find it. 19. 實在沒先生嘛，侬自家可以讀書。 If there is no teacher, you can study by yourself. 20. 要我付銅钿嘛，叫伊拉自家來拿。 If I'm asked to pay, ask them to come by themselves to get it. Translate into Chinese. 1. Why don't you pay it? 侬為啥不付啊？ 2. Why do you do this? 這個侬為啥做啊？ 3. When will you do it? 侬幾時要做啊？ 4. I don't want it now. 現在不要。 5. When did you go? 侬幾時去啊？ 6. I do not want to go now, but I will go tomorrow. 現在不要去，明早要去。 7. Does the teacher teach well? 先生教得好伐？ 8. Does the pupil write well? 學生子寫得好伐？ 9. Why do you not look for my fan? Because I have already found it. 侬為啥老不尋我的扇子？因為已經尋着噻。 10. This carpenter can make a dining table. 這個木匠可以做隻吃飯台。 11. Go see if the doctor has come. 去看看醫生來嗎？ 12. They themselves said they wished to build a new house. 伊拉自家話伊拉要造新的房子。 13. I told the table boy to go to the city and buy me 4 chairs, a trunk, a bed, and an office desk. 我叫先生到城裡去買4把椅子，一隻箱子，一隻床箩，一隻寫字台。 14. When the teacher comes, ask him please to be seated and to take some tea. 先生来子嘛，请伊坐坐咯，吃茶。15. If one does not study, he is unable to know characters. 实在一个人勿读书，伊勿会识字。16. My office desk has 3 drawers. 我的写字台有3只抽屉。17. This unmarried girl also wishes to study. 这个小姐也要读书。18. Have you bought the apples? They cannot be obtained. 苹果买好吗？买不着。19. Do you know whether the guest has already arrived? I do not know. 客人已经到，侬晓得伐？我勿晓得。20. Can you obtain these? They are unobtainable. 这个侬可以得着伐？得勿着。Notes. Note 1. In the 7th sentence of the first exercise, notice the ku after the reduplicated verb 行. This gives the force of try to look for it. Look, see. Ku is used after many verbs in this way. Thus, 做做ku means try to do it. 写写ku means try to write it. 我ku means try to say it. 试试ku means try to do it. Note 2. In the 10th and 11th sentences of the first exercise, we have 2 ways of asking a person to drink tea. The second is the polite form. Literally, it means that you ask a person to use tea. Note 3. In the 19th sentence of the first exercise, notice the use of ma for euphony after 先生, and so also in the 20th after 懂的. Note 4. In the 18th sentence of the first exercise, notice the way in which va comes between the 行 and the the. This means seek not find, or it cannot be found. So also in the second exercise in the 18th sentence, they cannot be obtained should be translated 买不着. And in the 20th sentence, they are unobtainable should be 得不着. End of Lesson 9. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 10 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 10. Divisions of time, more adverbs. An hour in Chinese is 一点钟 or 一个钟头. Literally 1 point of the clock. This is a foreign division of time. The Chinese divide the day into 12 periods of 2 hours each, known as 死人. Now, the divisions into hours has become very familiar. 一点钟 may also mean 1 o'clock, and the other hours are indicated in the same way by the change of the numeral. Thus, 2 o'clock is 2点钟. 2 hours would be 2个钟头 or 2点钟功夫. 3 o'clock is 3点钟, etc. A day is usually 一日. The character 日 literally means sun. In speaking of the heavenly body, in the colloquial, do is added to the 日, making the expression 日頭. Sometimes the word 天 meaning heaven is used for day. Thus, 3天 means 3 days. No classifier is introduced between the numeral and the 日 or the 天. Thus, we have for 4 days 4日 or 4天. A week is 一个礼拜 or 一礼拜. This, of course, is a foreign division of time which has been adopted into Chinese. It takes its name from the name of Sunday, which is usually 礼拜日, literally the day of ceremonial worship. 礼 means ceremony. 拜 is to worship. The other days of the week are formed with the addition of the numerals as follows. Monday is 礼拜一. Tuesday is 礼拜二. Wednesday is 礼拜四. Thursday 礼拜四. Friday 礼拜五. And Saturday 礼拜六. A new way of expressing the days of the week is by the use of the words 星期, meaning the star period. Thus, Sunday is 星期日. Monday 星期一. Tuesday 星期二. And so on for the other days. A month is 一个月, literally a moon. The Chinese year is made up of 12 lunar months. The first month is called 正月. The second, 二月. The third, 四月. And so forth. A year is 一年. No classifier is used between the numeral and the word year, 年. How many or how much is 几乎. Thus, 几乎人来 means how many men came. 几乎死 means how much water. 几 is often used without the who. In such cases, it is followed by the classifier of the noun. Thus, how many men came might be 几个人来. How many horses have you? 侬有几只马? Where is 哪里? Thus, Where are you going is侬到哪里去? Where are you is侬哪里? 啥 meaning what with 地方 meaning place also expresses where, thus 啥地方 We also have 啥站户 meaning what place or where, but this refers to a more circumscribed area than 地方. We also have 啥武档 used much in the same way as 啥站户. Vocabulary. A fish. Idiom. To return. 回来 literally to come back. 回去 literally to go back. To come out or forth. 出来 to go out. 出去 to thank. 下 near 近 today 今早 yesterday 昨日 a painter 一个漆匠 thus 酒 or 酒能 then used as a conjunction. 那么 only 別個 south 女 immediately 久 time 時候辰光 or 功夫 but 但是獨自 Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 請先生明早9點鐘來 Ask the teacher to come at 9 o'clock tomorrow. 2. 今早是禮拜一，明早是禮拜二 Today is Monday, tomorrow is Tuesday. 3. 這個月有40日 This month has 30 days. 4. 一禮拜有7日 A week has 7 days. 5. 侬的朋友住了啥地方？辣城里，辣城里啥站户？進南門。Your friend, where does he live? In the city. Where in the city? Near the south gate. 6. 我的刀侬放哪里？ Where have you put my knife? 7. 昨日我獨自5點鐘時，你沒出去走路。Yesterday I studied for 5 hours and then went out for a walk. 8. 基本书是侬的咯，基本是伊的。How many books are yours and how many are his or hers? 9. 迭个人有几个儿子？伊别过有一个。The person has how many sons? He only has one. 10. 侬到自中国几个月在？我来自3个月。You have arrived in China for how long? I have been here for 3 months. 11. 侬几时要转去？礼拜3要转去。When will you go back? Wednesday I will go back. 12. 上海几时转来的？昨日转来的。When did you come back to Shanghai? I came back yesterday. 13. 侬为啥咯勿出去走走？因为没功夫咯。Why don't you go out for a walk? Because I don't have time. 14. 谢谢侬去请医生来。Please ask the doctor to come. 15. 我读好子书就要吃饭。After I have studied, I immediately want to eat. 16. 是实间伐？是实间的。Is it this way? It is thus. Translate into Chinese. 1. Where have you put my shoes? 我的鞋子侬放了何里？ 2. I put them in the box. 我放了箱子里。3. I do not want to study on Sunday, but I will study on Monday. 礼拜日勿要读书，礼拜一老好读的。4. How many weeks are there in a month? 一个月有几个礼拜？ 5. How many peaches have you eaten? 侬吃子几只桃子？ 6. How many dollars did you give your servant? 侬拨出侬的佣人几块洋钿？ 7. What time is it now? 现在是几点钟？ 8. Where do you live? 侬住了啥地方？ 9. When you have bought the fish, return immediately. 买好子鱼就转来。10. The guest will stay here 4 months and then will return. 看人要是4个月，乃没转起再。11. Please tell the painter to come. 谢谢侬叫漆匠来。12. The teacher, having taught for 3 hours, left immediately. 先生教至3点钟功夫就转去。13. Why do you do it this way? Because the teacher told me to do it thus. 侬为啥啥介做？因为先生教我啥介做。14. I wish to do it, but I have no time to do it. 我要做的，但是没功夫。15. Go see what time it is now. 去看现在几点钟。Notes. Note 1. Thank you is expressed by repeating the 谢. Thus, thank you is 谢谢侬. In speaking to an equal or superior, the 侬 would be dropped. Often, in Chinese, when you ask a person to do a thing for you, you preface the request by thanking the person. Thus, 谢谢侬去带我的伞来 means thank you, go bring my umbrella. Note 2. 功夫 has the double sense of work or time. Thus, 做功夫 means to do work. But 没功夫 means I have no time. You never say 啥功夫 meaning what time, but 啥时候啥辰光 In asking what time it is by the clock, the usual expression is 几点钟. Note 3. The force of the question in the third sentence of the first exercise is due to the fact that some Chinese months have 30 days and some have 29. A month of 30 days is called 斗月, a large month, and one with 29 days is called a small month, 小月. In order to make the seasons come right, an intercalary month is put in about every 3 years. This in Chinese is called 年月. Note 4. Notice the elliptical form of expression in the seventh sentence of the first exercise. Literally, it means, yesterday I read 5 hours book. Note 5. In the third sentence of the second exercise, the Chinese idiom is peculiar. You say, 礼拜日不要读书，礼拜一老读的. Literally, Sunday not want to study, Monday and study. Note 6. In the 11th sentence of the second exercise, the please should be translated 谢谢侬. End of Lesson 10. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 11 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 11. the passive voice and adverbs of place and time. But Mandarin 被 is used to form the passive and is the regular and proper form of the passive. Thus, the verb 打 means to strike. 我打一 means I strike him. To put this into the passive, we would say 我把一打 Literally, I gave him strike, or I was struck by him. Here is expressed by 那里 or 次第 or 这头。次第 means literally this place. There is 那啦 or 一头 or 一块。I am here is 我那里 I am there is 我那啦 These adverbs are often used as adverbial nouns and may take prepositions before them. Thus, 到这头来 means come here, literally to here come. 到一头去 means go there, literally to there go. 把了此地 means place it here, literally place it at here. 把了一块 means place it there, literally place it at there. Vocabulary. Half an hour. 半点钟 半 means half. Quarter of an hour. 一刻 a minute. 一分 in the morning. 上半日 literally above half day. In the afternoon. 下半日 literally lower half day. Night. 夜 at night. 夜头 or 夜里 day before yesterday. 过日子 前日子 一日子 day after tomorrow. 后日 early in the morning. 早晨头 早 is early. In the evening. 夜快 literally night coming fast. In the middle of the day or noon. 日中 to cook. Saw to strike. 打 to wait. 等等一等 means wait a little. To rest. 歇歇一歇 means wait a little. We also have 等一歇 to remember. 记 or 记得 to forget. 忘记 an affair abstract. 一件事体 or 一張字體 A thing or object concrete 一個物事 wind 風 A load of bread 一個饅頭 A mosquito 一隻蚊子 or 一個蚊子 A boat 一隻船 Many, much 豆腐 or 豆 To sting 叮 To bite 咬 To spoil 壞 or 壞掉 Completely spoil A snake 一條鼠 Exercises Translate into English 1. 飯燒好嗎？燒好咗 Has the rice been cooked? Yes, it's done. 2. 我的衣裳帶到此地來 Bring my garment here. 3. 衣裳做好嗎？不然要些2日做好 Has the garment been made? Not yet. It takes 2 days. 4. 請先生明早上半夜10點鐘來 Ask the teacher to come tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. 5. 飯燒好之後就要吃 Once the rice is cooked, eat immediately. 6. 我日里讀中國史，夜里讀外國史 I read Chinese books during the day, foreign books at night. 7. 一隻馬為咗走了馬路，把那馬負擔 That horse for walking slowly was beaten by the coachman. 8. 前日子我來上海買咗多少物事 The day before yesterday, I was in Shanghai and bought many things. 9. 這樁事體我對侬話，但是不要給一個人曉得 This affair I tell you, but don't let that person know. 10. 早上頭是頂好讀書的辰光 Early in the morning is the best time for studying. 11. 等一下我就要來 Wait a bit, I'm coming immediately. 12. 侬讀過些個書記得吧 Do you remember the books you've read? 13. 一半記得，一半忘記 Half of them are remembered, half of them are forgotten. 14. 我把那蚊子叮 I was stung by mosquitoes. 15. 饅頭把那小囡吃掉咗 The bread was eaten up entirely by the child. 16. 我只把那樹咬咗一口 My foot was bitten a mouthful by a snake. 17. 日把了杜风当哇 The boat was beaten and spoiled completely by strong wind. 18. 请先生踱头坐 Ask the teacher to sit here. Translate into Chinese. 1. When will you come? In the morning or in the afternoon? 侬几时要来？上半日呢？下半日？ 2. I do not know. If I have no affairs to attend to, I will come in the morning. 我不晓得，实在没事体要上半日来。 3. Has the carpenter finished making the table? If so, I will come and look at it. 台子木匠做好吗？实在做好子嘛，我要来看看。 4. Place the bed here and the table there. 床摆了迭头，台子摆了一头。 5. These fish are cooked badly. 鱼烧了不好。 6. The day after tomorrow, I have invited some guests to dinner. 后日我请几个客人来吃饭。 7. It is already 20 minutes past 10 and my teacher has not yet come. 已经10点过2分钟，先生还不曾来。 8. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? I have forgotten it. 我昨日对侬话的，侬记得伐？我忘记脱噻。 9. In studying Chinese, you must not forget what you have already learnt. 读中国书已经学过了的，不要忘记。 10. Please sit down a little while. There are many things I want to say to you. 请坐一些，有多少事体要对侬话。 11. How did you come? I came in a carriage. 侬哪能来的？我坐马车来的。 12. My child was struck by your child. 我的小囡被侬的小囡打。 13. My face and hands were bitten by mosquitoes. 我的面孔和手被了蚊子叮。 Notes. Note 1. It will have been noticed that in Lesson 6, lali was used in the present tense continuous of the verb, and that lela was used for the past continuous. It was pointed out then that these words really signify here and there. The literal sense would be I am here eating and I was there eating. Note 2. It is very important that beginners should distinguish clearly between 么子 and 子体. any concrete object may be called a mazi, but an abstract action or affair is always ziti. In Mandarin-speaking districts, 东西 literally east-west is often used for mazi, and sometimes it is heard in the Shanghai district. Note 3. In the fifth sentence of the first exercise, notice how the z is tagged onto the ho and not to the so. Note 4. In the 10th sentence of first exercise, notice how the dos has become a verbal adjective, literally reading book time. Note 5. In the 15th sentence of the first exercise, the force of the ze after ch is that it had been entirely eaten up. Ze often comes after verbs to express completed action. Note 6. In the 16th sentence of the first exercise, 我吃一口 means literally bitten a mouthful. Note 7. In the 17th sentence, we have two verbs used together, 打 and 瓦, literally beat or strike spoil. Note 8. In the 7th sentence of the second exercise, 20 minutes past 10 is expressed 十點過夜分. 點 is a shortened form for 點鐘. 過 means passed over or beyond. Note 9. In the 12th sentence of the first exercise, notice the use of 過. It has the force of the relative pronoun, and the translation would be the books which you have read. Note 10. In the 6th sentence of the second exercise, some may be translated by 記憶. End of Lesson 11. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 12 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 12. Some verbal idioms. We have already explained the use of 故意, 能够, and way. There are other ways of expressing the possibility and impossibility of doing things in Chinese. For instance, one way is by the addition of 得嘞 or 法嘞 after the verb. Thus, 讀得嘞 means able to read. 讀法嘞 means unable to read it. Many verbs of one character admit of this construction. Thus, 我得嘞 means able to speak. 我法嘞 means unable to speak. 做得嘞 able to do. 做法嘞 unable to do. Verbs made up of two characters do not take 得嘞 or 法嘞 after them. Thus we do not hear 曉得法嘞 for unable to know, but 法會曉得. The literal meaning of 得嘞 is obtain, come, and the literal meaning of 法嘞 is not common. We also have the use of だが after verbs, expressing possibility, and また expressing impossibility. Thus we have つだが meaning it is possible to do a thing, and つわた meaning it is impossible to do a thing. With verbs of physical action, we have だどん and わどん used after the verb implying possibility and impossibility. Thus we have 走得动 meaning I have the physical ability to walk, and 走不动 meaning I have not the physical ability to walk. In the same way, we have 走得动 and 走不动. 不动 literally means not move. Strange to say, we have 走不动 meaning I have not the physical ability to sit up, and 走得动 meaning I have the physical ability to sit up. 买得动 means possible to buy. 买不动 means impossible to buy. With verbs of hearing and seeing impossibility is expressed in still another way. Thus we have くだち meaning it is possible to see, and くわち meaning it is impossible to see it. Literally translated, these expressions are see, obtain, behold, and see, not behold. We also have くださ meaning to see a thing clearly. Literally see, obtain, come forth, and くわさ meaning not to be able to see, or literally see, not come forth. In the same way, we have 听得见 and 听不见 in regard to hearing. Instead of 听得见 and 听不见, we have 听得见 and 听不见. Literally, hear, obtain, and hear, not obtain. We have already explained the use of 好 after verbs expressing completed action. We also have other words used much in the same way. Thus, 的好在 的在 or 的把在 all mean the same thing. The verb 完 means to finish. Accordingly, in asking a question, 做好吗? 做完吗? and 做罢吗? all mean, have you finished it? Verbal nouns are often formed by the addition of 的 or 发 after the verb. Thus, 做的 or 做法 means the manner of doing a thing. Vocabulary: to move, to excite. 懂 to hear. 听 heard. 听击 to knock, to strike. call to finish. 完 け is the classifier used with rooms. A room. 一け a bedroom. 一け房け A guest room. 一個花壇家. An office. 一個寫字家. A shroff's room. 一個展望家. A study. 一個書房. A dining room. 一個茶杯家. A kitchen. 一個座位家. Or 廚房 or 灶家 or 隆重 or 公眾 or in general most 大家 few 少 each 每 every 個 other 別 high 高 low 低 broad 闊 narrow 狹 deep 深 shallow 齐 to denoting excess 他 above 上头 below 下头下低头下低 under beneath 底下 outside 外头 after 後 behind 後低後低頭後頭 before 前前頭 earth 地 or 地球 Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 上頭有天，下頭有地。There is a heaven above, there is earth beneath. 2. 有段话是我写不来。There are many characters I am not able to write. 3. 侬为啥咯走了慢来些？因为我走不动了。Why you walk so slow? Because I'm unable to walk. 4. 中國話實在人話了快嘛，我聽不出。Chinese if spoken fast, I'm not able to understand. 5. 有的書我讀不來。Some books I'm not able to read. 6. 但是房子幾乎高幾乎寬。This house, how high, how wide? 7. 但是房子有幾間。This house, how many rooms? 8. 有一個客廳，一個寫字間，一個茶杯間咯，4個房間。 a guest room, an office, a dining room, and 4 bedrooms. 9. 這個物事有啥用途伐？唔啥用途。Is this useful? Not useful. 10. 啥人辣敲門？我勿曾聽見有啥人辣敲門。Who is knocking at the door? I haven't heard anyone knocking at the door. 11. 這條路太狹，正好侬走辣前頭，我走辣後頭。This path is too narrow. You'd better walk in front of me. I'll walk behind you. 12. 請客人客堂裡坐。Ask the guest to sit in the guest room. 13. 從上海到此地有幾戶路？ From Shanghai to here, how far? 14. 房子外頭是冷的，房子裡向是熱的。Outside of the house is cold. Inside of the house is hot. 15. 這條河有的地方是深的，有的地方是淺的。This river, some spots are deep, some spots are shallow. 16. 侬哪能曉得迭樁事體？因為我聽得有人話咯。How do you know this affair? Because I heard someone was talking. 17. 裁縫做了勿好，籠中的衣裳太大。The tailor didn't do a good job. In general, the garment is too big. 18. 個人有個人的事體。Everyone has his own affair. Translating to Chinese. 1. Where's your teacher? He's in the study writing. 侬的先生辣啥地方？辣写字间里写字。2. Did you tell the table boy to bring the tea? 等茶來，侬得先再話伐？ 3. If the carpenter does not make it well, I shall call another man. 實在木匠做了勿好，我要叫別人來做。4. This manner of doing it is bad. I want you to do it better. 實該做頭是勿好，我要侬做了好啲。5. I walked to Shanghai and then I could walk no further. 我走到上海，乃末走勿動再。6. Then what did you do? I called a rickshaw and came back. 乃末侬哪能做頭？我叫子東洋車落轉來。7. Is the master in? He has gone out. 先生辣辣伐？出去了。8. 3 days ago I went to see the pagoda. 3日前頭我去看迭座塔。9. There is water beneath the earth. 底底我有死。10. The cat is under the chair. 猫辣椅子底下。11. When I have finished reading the book, I want to learn to write characters. 我读罢这书要学写字。12. Tell him to come inside. 叫伊到里向来。13. This table is too low. I cannot write characters on it. 这只台子太低，不好写字。14. May I come in? Come right in. 我可以进来伐？进来嘛在。Notes. Note 1. In regard to saw, meaning few, it should be noted that it never occurs before a noun. If you wish to say a few men, the idiomatic expression would be 有勿多几个人 or 没几伙人. The men are few would be 人少. Saw is often used to qualify verbs. Thus we have 早読, meaning to read less. Note 2. As already pointed out in a previous lesson, what correspond to preposition in English are really postpositions in Chinese, as they come after the nouns instead of before them. When used as adverbs, however, they generally precede the verbs. Thus we have 里向走 for sit inside, 上头走 for take a higher seat. This is the usual polite phrase said to a guest when he enters your guest room. He will take a seat near the door and you ask him to be seated higher. Note 3. The first sentence of the first exercise is really an oath, and is used when one is calling heaven and earth to witness that his words are true. Note 4. Note the impersonal use of you in the second sentence of the first exercise. Literally, it is there are many characters. Note 5. In the seventh sentence of the second exercise, you have the usual form of inquiring whether the gentleman you wish to see is at home. You say, 先生来了吧? Is the master there? The answer is 来了. If he is at home, meaning he is there. If he's not at home, the answer may be 出去了. He has gone out, or 不来了. He is not there. End of Lesson 12. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 13 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 13. Auxiliary verbs. The verb 起 is often used as an auxiliary verb after the principal verb to express the idea of inception. Thus, 读起 means begin to read. 起 also expresses the idea of erectness. but when used in this sense, 来 follows the 起. Thus, 立起来 means stand up. 落起来 means get up. It also has a progressive meaning, as when you say 读起来. It means read on, go on reading. We have the 起 also used in combination with 的. Thus, 落得起 means able to get up. 落不起 means unable to get up. 买得起 means can afford to buy it. 买不起 means cannot afford to buy it. 困不起 means unable to sleep. 看不起 means to look down upon, to disdain. 上 and 午 are used both as principal verbs and as auxiliaries. Thus we have the expression 上山 meaning to go uphill, 下山 to go downhill, 下船 to go on board a boat, 上试 to take an advanced lesson in a book, etc. In these cases, they're used as principal verbs. As auxiliary verbs, they express motion upwards and motion downwards. They are not confined to verbs of motion, but are used freely with other verbs. To both of them, 来 and 起 are frequently added. Thus we have 读起 meaning read on down, 做起 meaning go on doing it, 跳下来 meaning jump down, 跳上去 meaning jump up to that place, 跳上来 jump up to this place. Although the Chinese language is, strictly speaking, a monosyllabic language, yet, as has already been noticed, there is a strong tendency to use two or more words together forming, as it were, disyllables or trisyllables. In this lesson, some verbs are used, composed of two characters occurring together. Vocabulary. To like, to enjoy. 欢喜 to play, take a recreation. 白相 to converse. 白话 or 谈谈 to believe. 相信 to fall. 落 of things or 跌 of men or animals. To stand up. 立 to get up. 落 to be willing. 肯 to back the book. 北 to think. 想 to sleep. 困 to wipe. Car to fly. Fee to reckon. Su, to build. So, a stove. 一个葫芦 or 一只葫芦 A rat 一只老鼠 or 一只老虫 A washstand 一只卡面台子 A temple 一座庙 A window 一扇窗 There is the classifier for firms, shops, etc. A tea shop 一杯茶馆 A pair of chopsticks 一双筷 Words 树 or 下头 A sentence 一句说话 Only 别过 or 读书 or 值得 Not only 不但是 or 不但 or 不罢 Heavy 重 Light in weight 轻 Cheap 讲 Dear in price 贵 Happy 快活 Clear or distinct 清爽苏州苏州 Therefore 所以 or 给了 First She Together 一道一栋 Exercises Translate into English 1. 这个两位朋友欢喜一道白话 These two friends like chatting together. 2. 我读罢书要出去白相 After I finish the study, I want to go out to play. 3. 实在伊肯买嘛，我买嘛在 If he agrees to sell, I would buy. 4. 这座房子造起来蛮快 This house is being built quite fast. 5. 我叫伊的小囡立起来背书 I asked his child to stand up and recite. 6. 我想这个学生子今朝不曾擦面 I think this student today has not yet washed the face. 7. 中国人吃饭用一双筷，外国人用多劳叉 Chinese eat with a pair of chopsticks. Foreigners use knives and forks. 8. 昨夜头辣房间里，我听得一只老虫辣辣叫 Last night inside the room I heard a rat was making noises. 9. 实然伊讲伊勿承担嘛，伊的说话我肯相信。If he said that he has not taken, I can believe what he said. 10. 天好嘛，我要到茶馆里去坐坐，谈谈吃茶。If the weather is nice, I will go to a tea house to sit and chat and drink tea. 11. 有别双鞋子伐？我别过有叠双。Do you have another pair of shoes? I only have this pair. 12. 昨夜头我困勿着，所以今朝落勿去。Last night I couldn't sleep, therefore this morning I couldn't get up. 13. 天热个辰光要开窗落门，冷么要关。When it's hot, open windows and doors. Close them when it's cold. 14. 中国话话了勿清爽嘛，别人勿懂个。Chinese, if spoken not clearly, others would not be able to understand. 15. 迭只卡面袋子侬买来强伐？勿好算强，我想蛮贵。This washstand, did you buy it cheap? Not so cheap, I reckon. Quite expensive. 16. 侬几块洋钿买来个？10块洋钿啦。For how much $1 did you buy it? $10. 17. 侬为啥咯买来10介贵？因为只得迭个一只。Why you bought it so expensive? Because there was only this one. 18. 我出去跑路，勿但看见一座庙，庙门前也有一座塔。I went out, not only saw a temple, but also a pagoda in front of the temple gate. 19. 迭只火炉是重的呢，轻的？是蛮重的。Is this stove heavy or light? It is quite heavy. 20. 请先生坐上去。Ask the teacher to sit up there. 21. 先生叫学生子读下去。The teacher asks the student to read on. 22. 一本书从台子上落下来。That book fell from the table. 23. 小囡从椅子上跌下来。The child fell down from the chair. 24. 我看见一只鸟从天上飞下来。I saw a bird flying down from the sky. 25. 我明朝要划船到苏州去。Tomorrow I will go on board a boat for Suzhou. Translate into Chinese. 1. Do you like to eat this? 迭样物事侬欢喜吃伐？ 2. In the daytime, men work. In the nighttime, they sleep. 夜里的辰光人做功夫啦，夜里没困。3. The cat came in by the window and the rat ran out by the door. 猫是从窗里进来，老鼠从门里跑出去。4. I conversed with him and he taught me many words in Chinese. 我对伊白话咯，伊教我多学中国话。5. I want you to wipe the windows. 要侬去擦擦窗。6. Last night I only slept 4 hours. 昨夜头我别过困至4点钟功夫。7. I not only bought a washstand, I also bought a stove and 3 chairs. 我不但买起一只卡面台子，也买起一只火炉咯3把椅子。8. Children like to play, men like to study. 小囡欢喜白相，大人欢喜读书。9. Why do you go to the tea shop? Because there I can hear many men conversing and so learn many Chinese words. 侬为啥咯到茶馆里去？因为一头我可以听得多伙人白话咯，学中国话。10. Are you willing to go with me to see the temple? 侬肯带我一道到庙里去看看伐？ 11. Today I'm very happy because I have finished a book. 今朝我蛮快活，因为一本书读完噻。12. The child jumped down from the table. 小囡从台子上跳下来。13. Please write on down. 请写下去。14. When will you go up the hill with me to take a look? 侬几时带我一道上山去看看？ 15. The teacher first hears the scholars back the book and then gives them an advanced lesson. 先生先听学生子背书，乃末对伊拉上书。Notes. Note 1. Note that 相信 means to like as well as to believe. 我相信一个人 means I like him. Note 2. The expression to back the book arises from the old Chinese custom of the pupil turning his back upon the teacher when he recites his lesson. Note 3. Notice the order of the words in the 11th sentence of the first exercise. The verb you comes first in the sentence. Note 4. The word la is added at the end of the 16th sentence of the first exercise, merely for euphony. Note 5. In the 20th sentence of the first exercise, we have another polite way of asking a person to take a higher seat in a guest room. Note 6. In sentences 22 and 23 of the first exercise, we have the use of lo and de for for. It is difficult to distinguish between the two, but de is used always when we speak of a person falling down. Note 7. The correct way of translating the first sentence of the second exercise isでやんまずのふしちゃわ。でや means this sort. Note 8. The 13th sentence of the second exercise of course refers to the fact that the Chinese write from the top down and not across the page. Note 9. The last clause of the 15th sentence of the second exercise should be你们的伊拉上是 Then, for them, advances in the book. End of Lesson 13. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 14 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 14. Causality and Necessity. The idea of causality, in the sense of causing a person to do a thing, is expressed in Chinese by the use of the auxiliary verbs 过 and 差. Thus, I caused him to do it would be 我过一组. I caused him to go would be 我差一起. The word 差 literally means to send. The word 过 is the same as 有 but used with different pronunciation and different tone. When one of higher rank causes a person of lower rank to do a thing, the word 死 is used. Thus, 使我忧闷 caused me to sorrow. Must is expressed by the expressions 总有 必定有 一定有 It must be is 总之 Thus, it must be so is 总之け Ought, implying obligation, is expressed by 应该 Thus, you ought to do it is 侬应该做 Vocabulary. Perhaps 恐怖 Just now. A little while ago. 刚刚 or 不多几日 Quickly 好做 or 快快 Moreover 并且 or 而且 or 况且 Although 虽然 or 虽然 Yet 时而 Still in a sense of addition. Where or 我也有，我也要买。I still wish to buy more. On the contrary, or on the other hand. 多 to complete. 成功 to light a lamp or candle. 滴 to light a fire. 上 to take with you. 大气 to bring with you. 打猎 to kill. 杀 or 杀他 to kill with a blow. 打杀 to die. 洗 or 洗他 to live. 瓦 a lamp. 一盏灯 to tell, narrate. 告诉 to sweep the ground, floor. 扫地 奉 is the classifier used for letters and other sealed parcels. A letter. 一封信 an envelope. 一封信壳 or 一封信封 a candle. 一根蜡烛 fire. 火 张 is the classifier denoting sheets. A sheet of paper. 一张纸头 a fowl. 一只鸡 Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 我们应该做的事体都不做。On the other hand, we are not doing the things which we ought to do. 2. 天冷子嘛必定要生火。It turns cold, must make fire. 3. 夜头要读书嘛总要点灯。If read books at night, always light the lamp. 4. 我不晓得哪能做到，我的朋友已经死脱噻。I don't know how to do. My friend already died. 5. 这张纸头来，我要写一封信。Bring me a piece of paper. I want to write a letter. 6. 我辣书房里寻我的帽子，虽然点支蜡烛也寻不着个。I'm looking for my hat in the study. Although I lit a candle, I still can't find it. 7. 我要学读中国字，并且要学写中国字。I want to learn reading Chinese characters, also to learn writing Chinese characters. 8. 虽然侬我不曾带出去，随后我不肯相信。Although you say you haven't taken out, but I'm not willing to believe. 9. 快啲起咗醫生嚟，恐怖要死啫。Quickly go to get the doctor. Perhaps he's going to die. 10. 先生啦啦哇，伊剛剛嚟嚟，現在唔曉得哪裡去啫。Is the teacher there? He was there just now, but right now I don't know where he is. 11. 實在伊也唔想嚟，我等伊唔得。If he is still not coming, I can't wait for him. 12. 我叫傭人洗隻雞，辣吃飯嘅辰光要吃嘅。I caused the servant to kill a chicken to eat at mealtime. 13. 這部台子木匠做了還好。This table, the carpenter did fairly good. 14. 我沒誇我，聽得侬話我有一封信嚟，恐怕是我的朋友寫來的。I am quite happy to hear you say that I have a letter perhaps from my friend. 15. 人要先做成功一桩事體，乃麼可以做別樣。One has to complete doing one thing and then can do another thing. 16. 沒一個人歡喜死。No one likes to die. Translate into Chinese. 1. I told you a little while ago that I did not want you to open the window. Why do you not listen to me? 剛剛我叫侬不要開窗，侬為啥不聽說話？ 2. Light the lamp and put it on the table in the study. 要電燈辣書房裡，擺辣台子上。 3. If a guest comes, I want you to light the fire in the reception room. 客人來嘛，辣客堂間裡要侬生火。 4. Do not strike the dog. Perhaps you will kill him. 不要打狗，恐怕要打死啫。 5. You must study diligently and then you can learn to speak Chinese. 侬總要用心讀書，乃麼可以學到中國話。 6. How many hours a day ought I to study? I think you should study at least 4 hours a day, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. 一日我應該讀幾點鐘功夫？我想頂少要讀4點鐘功夫啦，上半日2點鐘咯，下半日2點鐘。 7. If your letter has been written, I will send the servant to take it. 新小伙子们，我差用人带去的。8. Early in the morning, I want you to sweep the floor and wipe the table and chairs. 早上头要侬扫扫地，擦擦台子和椅子。9. Although the carpenter works quickly, he cannot finish it in a week. 木匠虽然做了快，一礼拜功夫不能做好。10. When you have finished this, do not think there is nothing more to do, but come and tell me. 迭个做好之来告诉我，不要想没啥做。11. I did not tell you to take it away, but on the contrary, told you to put it in the office. 我不曾叫侬带出去，倒叫侬放了写字间里。12. If the doctor does not come immediately, this man cannot live. 医生不就来嘛，迭个人不能够活。13. Who caused you to do it? He caused me to do it. 啥人教侬做的？伊教我做的。Notes. Note 1. Where is sometimes used to qualify adjectives. Thus, 为好 means fairly good or pretty good. Note 2. 虽然 and 随后 are generally used together, the first introducing the first clause and the second clause. Note 3. In the first sentence of the first exercise, notice the formation of verbal noun, the things which we ought to do. Note 4. In the 9th sentence of the first exercise, notice that 快啲 does not mean faster, but is used for quickly. Note 5. In the 11th sentence of the first exercise, 等伊不得 means literally wait him not get, that is, I cannot wait for him. Note 6. In the 14th sentence of the first exercise, notice the use of 了了 and 起 are frequently used with other verbs to make the direction of the action clear. Thus, 下来 is right come to me. 下去 is right send away or right go. Note 7. In the 5th sentence of the second exercise, diligent can be expressed by 用心. Use heart or mind. Note 8. In this lesson, frequent use has been made of the verb 惜. In speaking of a person dying, the more euphonious expression is 故思. End of Lesson 14. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 15 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 15. Further remarks on numerals, the relative pronoun. Numbers above 100 are expressed as follows. 101 is 101, and so on to 102. Then the 0 is dropped and we have 104, 105, 102, 103, etc. 0 really means in addition. The hundreds are expressed simply by 200, 200, 300, 300, etc. 1000 is 1,000. In expressing 101, we say 101. In expressing 1001, we say 1,000. 10,000 is 1,000. 1,000,000 is 1,000,000. The ordinary numerals are expressed in Chinese by prefixing di before the cardinal. Thus, the first is 第一 or 第一. The second, 第二, and so forth. Su, literally a place, is often used as a relative pronoun. It translates the English who, which, what, that, and the things which. The clause it introduces usually comes before the subject of the sentence. Thus, all which you do, I am able to do also, would be 侬所做的事体，我也能够做。As has already been pointed out, 个 often has the force of the relative. Vocabulary. To wonder, be surprised. 细节 to wear. 扎 to take off. 他 or 太太 to wear a hat. 打 to take off a hat. 死 to laugh. 笑 to ridicule. 冷笑 literally cold laugh, or 嬉笑 laughable, 好笑 very laughable, 笑实在 by the side of, 边頭 or 旁邊 place, 呢度 my place, 我呢度 right, direction, 右 right hand, 右手 left, 左 sometimes pronounced 字 left hand, 左手 right side, 右邊 右邊邊 early, 早 late, sharp, 快 same character as that used for fast. Dull, 等 sweet, 底 bitter, cool, ugly, 扑 same character as that used for fear. Pretty, 区 a shop, 一杯底 take care, 当心 or 小心 take great care, 都当心 tools, implements, 加上 furniture, 家伙 a teapot, 一部书 a class in a school, 一杯 to sing, 唱 exercises. Translate into English. 1. 我到店里去看见多花么子，但是买不起的。I go to shops and see many things but can't afford. 2. 当心走好 take care, walk well. 3. 当心这个洋钿放好了箱子里 take care to put this money in the box. 4. 辰光还早就去困 It's late, go to bed. 5. 今朝我唔啥好落不去 Today I didn't have any excuse not to get up. 6. 我所告诉侬的一桩事体，勿要对别人话。The affair I told you, don't tell anyone else. 7. 有人还勿曾来，是拨我希冀。The servant has not yet shown up. That is a surprise to me. 8. 当心这把刀是蛮快的。Watch, this knife is quite sharp. 9. 伊对我话的事体是好笑的。The affair he told me is laughable. 10. 我路上碰伊勿着，勿晓得到何里去哉。I couldn't meet him on the road, not sure where he went. 11. 这把茶带到先生埃头去。Take this teapot to the teacher. 12. 这个人左手写字，大多数人右手写的。That person writes with left hand. Most people write with right one. 13. 日里所着的衣裳，夜里困的时候要脱脱的。 The clothes worn during the day are taken off when sleeping at night. 14. 一只猫蛮好看，但是一只狗是怕来洗。A cat is beautiful, but a dog is very ugly. 16. 多少人欢喜吃甜的物事，没人欢喜吃苦的。Many people like eating sweets. No one likes eating bitter things. 17. 城里有几伙人，恐怕有10万。How many people inside the city? Perhaps 100,000. 18. 这个学生子蛮用心读书，辣一班里是头一。This student studies diligently. He is the number 1 in the class. 19. 一个人带来103个铜钿。A man brings $103. Translate into Chinese. 1. When I was in a carriage, I told the coachman to take care. 我辣马车里的辰光，叫马夫当心。2. The clothes which that maiden wears are very pretty. 一个小姐织的衣裳蛮贵。3. The boat is by the side of the river. 一只船辣河边浪。4. Yesterday I met a man who told me that he saw a carpenter kill a man with a sharp knife. 昨日我碰着一个人告诉我，话伊看见一个木匠带着个快刀杀一个人。5. Although I do not speak Chinese well, please do not laugh at me. 我虽然中国话学了勿好，请侬勿要笑我。6. I asked the man which road to take. He told me to go to the right. 我问一个人走何里一条路，伊话右手一条。7. I did not meet a single person on the road. 我路上一个人也碰勿着。8. This bird is very beautiful. Can it sing? 这只鸟蛮趣，会唱伐？ 9. When it is warm, you do not want to wear many clothes. 天热嘛，侬勿要织多花衣裳。10. This tea is bitter and not good to drink. 이것수苦啊，不好吃个。11. Yesterday I walked very far and so could not get up today. 昨日我走至多花路，所以今朝落不起载。12. Take this letter to the teacher. 这封信带到先生头去。Notes. Note 1. Hedo is very frequently used with persons and personal pronouns. Thus you do not say 带到伊 for taking it to him, but 带到伊头去。Leave it with me would be 摆辣我一头。Note 2. The second sentence of the first exercise is often used in speaking to a guest when he is departing. When he is about to go, he announces the fact by saying 起载 meaning I am going. You say 慢去 meaning go slowly, and then when he's walking away, 当心走好. Note 3. In the fifth sentence of the first exercise, 唔啥好 means not at all well. Note 4. In the 10th sentence of the first exercise, notice how the object 伊 splits up the verb into two parts. Note 5. In the 6th sentence of the second exercise, to the right is expressed by 右手. End of Lesson 15. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 16 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 16. Verbal Idioms. The idea of there being time to accomplish a thing is expressed by adding the words 大姐 after the principal verb. If there is not sufficient time to do a thing, you add 大姐 after the principal verb. Thus, 做大姐 means there is time to do a thing. 做大姐 means there is not time. This expression is used most frequently with the verb 来 来大姐 means there is time, and 来不及 means there is not time. The idea of a thing being important is expressed by the words 要紧的 not being important by the words 不要紧 or 不碍啥. Is it important or does it make any difference would be 碍啥不 不落 is often used after verbs giving the idea of inability to do a thing. Thus, 吃不落 means unable to eat. 坐不落 unable to sit because of lack of room. We also have the affirmative forms 坐得落 and 吃得落. Vocabulary. list 三字 either or 我是或者 difficult 为难 or 难 easy 容易 slowly, gently 慢慢地 walk slowly 慢慢地走 besides, in addition 另外在外 or where how much more 何况 with it at the end of the clause still more 更加越加 to start on a journey 动身 literally to move the body to become ill 生病 to heal 医好 or 看好 to welcome a guest 迎接 to return a debt or thing borrowed where to cry 哭 to lead 领 to borrow or to lend 借 see note to wash 紧 illness 毛病 a sedan coolie 一个脚背 or 一个脚夫 a star 一个姓 a grave mound 一个纹色 a goat it's a 山羊 a hog or pig it's a 子路 a stool it's a 凳子 a chest of drawers it's a 抽屉 a drawer it's a 抽屉 a wash bowl it's a 米盆 a plate it's a 盆子 a Chinese eating bowl it's a 碗 a farmer 一个种地人 good is the classifier for tubular things, a Chinese or foreign pen. 一支笔 a Chinese ink tablet. 一个儿子 or 儿袋 a piece of ink. 一块墨 Foreign ink. 墨水 Clean. 乾淨 Stop. 頂 Moon. 月亮 Precious. 宝貝 Exercises. Translating to English. 1. 這個是要緊的，請侬不要忘記。This is important, please not to forget. 2. 這個小女孩吃不落，恐怕有毛病。This child couldn't eat, perhaps is ill. 3. 今早來不及，明早老做。Can't make it today, will do tomorrow. 4. 兩個人一隻椅子上坐不落。Two people, one chair is not enough room to sit. 5. 學生子問醫生何里頭讀書咯，何里頭停。The student asks the teacher where to begin the lesson and where to end it. 6. 抄進好字嘛，放了抽屉裡。After finishing the copying, put it in the drawer. 7. 種地人已經買咗3隻山羊，伊的朋友另外還要買4隻。The farmer has already bought 3 goats. His friend wants to buy 4 more. 8. 侬應該對農種人好，何況對自家人好呢？ You should treat all people well, and even better your family. 9. 盆子和碗要更加乾淨。Plates and bowls should be cleaner. 10. 侬應該早晨頭動身，下半日動身來不及到的。You should depart in the morning. Leaving in the afternoon won't give you enough time to reach the destination. 11. 侬幾時回不了我？學主今早下半日，學主明早早晨頭。When you will return it to me? This afternoon or tomorrow morning. 12. 我的朋友生病，所以要請醫生看看。My friend is ill, so need a doctor. 13. 夜里辣天上可以看多顆星和月亮，日里必過看見日頭。At night in the sky can see many stars and the moon. During the day can only see the sun. 14. 這個小女日里不哭，但是夜里都哭。This child doesn't cry during the day, but cries hard at night. 15. 我借給伊30塊洋鈿，不曉得伊幾時還。I lent him $30, don't know when he will return. 16. 舅舅赴妹妹子走，因為搿條街也老。Tell the sit-down coolie to walk slowly as this street is narrow. 17. 因為路勿認得，所以我請別人領路。Because I don't know the direction, so I ask someone to lead. 18. 我辣朋友嗰度借住廿塊洋钿，因為要買一隻卡面台咯4隻凳子。I borrowed $20 from a friend because I wanted to buy a washing stand and 4 stools. 19. 卡好子面盆要放好。After washing the face, put back the wash bowl. 20. 我走到門口頭迎接客人。I walked to the gate to welcome the guests. 21. 我問醫生這個毛病醫得好伐？伊話慢慢能會好的。I asked the doctor if this illness can be healed. He said slowly it will be better. 22. 指頭、mắt, 鼻、耳朵，中國人算讀書人的思想寶貝。Paper, ink block, brush, ink tablet are regarded by Chinese as 4 treasures for a scholar. Translate into Chinese. 1. Which is easier, to learn to read Chinese or to learn to write Chinese? 何里一樣容易啲？學讀中國書呢，還是學寫中國書？ 2. I told you there was not time to do it. Why do you still want to do it? 我對侬話來不及做，侬為啥咯仍舊要做？ 3. Why do you cry? Because I've heard that my friend is dead. 侬為啥咯哭？因為我聽到我的朋友已經過世咗。 4. We will go early tomorrow morning to meet our friends who have come from abroad. 明早早晨頭，我哋要去迎接外國來的朋友。 5. Goats like to stand on the tops of the grey mounds. 山羊歡喜立辣雲山上。 6. You say that this temple is so fine to see that I want to go more than ever to see it. 侬話這座廟是實在好看，所以我更加要去看。 7. Please, teacher, do not speak so fast. If you will speak more slowly, I can understand. 請先生不要話得實在快，實在先生話得慢點，我可以聽得出。 8. If you do not return it immediately, no matter, I can wait 2 or 3 days.假如侬不是就还不眼啥，我可以等2、3日。9. Why did not the pupil come to school? Because he was sick. 学生子为啥咯不到学堂里来？因为伊生毛病咯。10. I told the servant to put my clothes in the drawer. 我叫佣人放我的衣裳辣抽屉里。11. The Chinese, when they eat, use bowls. The foreigners use plates. 中国人吃饭辰光用碗，外国人用盆子。12. This fan belongs either to the teacher or to the pupil. 这把扇子或者是先生的，或者是学生子的。13. If you want to learn to write, you must buy a pen, a piece of ink, and an ink tablet. 实然侬要学写字，侬总要买一杆笔、一块墨咯，一个粘带。14. If you borrow money from another person and do not return it, he will be unhappy. 实然侬辣辣别人搿头借铜钿咯，勿还个，伊要勿快活。15. I told the driver to stop the carriage at my friend's house. 我叫马夫停马车辣我的朋友屋里。Notes. Note 1. The word for to borrow and to lend is exactly the same in Chinese. The only way you can distinguish between them is by auxiliary words used in connection with them. Thus, 借拨 means to lend. 借来 means to borrow. Again, 借去 means to lend. But we have such constructions as 我借了伊 meaning I lent to him, and 我辣伊搿头借个 meaning I borrowed it from him. Note 2. In the 5th sentence of the first exercise, 讀起 means read begin, and 停 means stop. This is an ordinary form for asking where to begin the lesson and where to end it. Note 3. In the 14th sentence of the first exercise, notice how 讀 qualifies the verb 課. Note 4. The 22nd sentence of the first exercise is a paraphrase of a Chinese proverb. End of Lesson 16. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 17 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 17. More verbal idioms. In asking questions, 有的 sometimes precedes a verb with the sense is there to be had. Thus, 有的买了 means is there to be bought. 有的吃了 means is there anything to eat? The answers to these questions would be 有的买了有的吃了 It can be bought. There is something to eat. 特別 means it is not necessary. Thus, 特別哭 it is not necessary to cry. 特別去 it is not necessary to go. 因為 before the verbs means not at all. Thus, 我因為曉得 means I don't know at all. 因為人看機械 means I have not seen it at all. 因為要看 means I do not want to see it at all. Vocabulary. To visit, to pay respects to. 忙 or 幫忙 To worship. 拜 To pay a ceremonial visit. 打卡 To bathe. 警月 To catch, seize, arrest. 做 To prepare, to provide. 預備 To move a thing. 動 Loose, unstable. 動勞動 Immovable. 動阿不動 To remove a residence. 搬 or 搬上 To commence work. 動手 or 開工 To open school. 開學 To dismiss school. 翻學 A finger. 一隻指頭 A toe. 一隻腳趾頭 A cup. 一隻杯子 A clock. 一隻時鳴鐘 A watch. 一隻錶 A well. 一隻井 A basket. 一隻梨 An apple. 一隻蘋果 A crabapple. 一隻花紅 A towel. 一條手巾 A life. 一條生命 A hill, mountain. 一座山 A board. 一塊板 Foot is the classifier of paintings or engravings. A painting. 一幅畫 A chart or map. 一幅圖 or 一幅地理圖 a picture 一幅事物 one time 一位一趟 two times twice 兩位 or 兩趟 whosoever 唯一 no matter who 不論啥人 whatsoever no matter what 不論啥隨便啥 or 不拘啥 whichever 隨便 whatever time you please 隨便幾日 wet 濕 dry good always 常常 or 常常 Exercises Translate into English 1. 使命中的用途是不人曉得辰光 The use of a clock is to tell people time. 2. 一隻貓唔啥用途，因為不會做勞動 That cat is no use, not capable of catching rats at all. 3. 明早我要出去望朋友 Tomorrow I want to go out to visit friends. 4. 我聽得先生唔啥好，所以來忙忙 I heard that the teacher is not at all well, so I came to see him. 5. 我們木匠所房子幾時要動手 I asked the carpenter to build a house when to start. 6. 兩隻手有10隻指頭，兩隻腳有10隻腳趾頭。Two hands have 10 fingers, 2 feet have 10 toes. 7. 生病嘛總要請醫生，為之人的性命是要緊的。When ill, always need to call the doctor, for life is important. 8. 上山是困難，下山是容易。Going up the mountain is difficult, going down the mountain is easy. 9. 這封信要啥人打去？不論啥人可以打去。This letter needs to be brought by whom? Anyone can bring it. 10. 今夜都要預備好，為之明早早上頭要動身。Tonight need to prepare for the departure tomorrow morning. 11. 現在去或者明早去，隨便弄乜啫。Going now or going tomorrow morning, it's up to you. 12. 井裡水已經乾咗，不曉得哪能做的。The water in the well dried out, not sure what to do. 13. 井字月要用手巾擦干身体。After bathing, need to use the towel to dry the body. 14. 刚刚我放2只苹果辣篮里，现在勿过有10只，勿晓得啥人拿脱个。Just now I put 20 apples in the basket, and now there are only 15 left. Don't know who took them. 15. 此地表有卖伐？此地样样有得卖个。Here sells watches. Here sells things of every sort. 16. 隆重的事体我已经晓得，侬勿必对我话。The whole affair I already knew. You don't need to tell me. 17. 这本书一眼没书画。This book has no pictures at all. 18. 一只杯子里有啥么子？别可冷水。This glass in it anything? Just cold water. 19. 做迭只台子要用几块板？ To make this table, how many planks are needed? 20. 这扇窗做了一眼勿好，常常动老动。This window is not done well at all. It's moving all the time. 21. 去过些吗？去过这2位。Have been there? Have been there twice. 22. 先生话明朝勿好来，位置要搬上咯。The teacher says not to come tomorrow for moving the residence. 23. 万一人用心嘛，可以成功事体。He who is diligent can be successful. 'Translate into Chinese. 1. When I have finished studying, I shall go to visit my friends. 我读罢之书要出去望朋友。2. No matter who comes, tell him I'm busy, having affairs. 勿论啥人来，对伊话我有事体。3. When the weather is wet, I cannot go out to walk. 天湿嘛，我勿能够出去跑路。4. The pupils should not eat apples in the schoolroom. 辣学堂间里，学生子勿应该吃苹果。5. Children like to play the game of catching men. 小囡欢喜做捉人的白相。6. The pupils read badly today. I think they did not prepare. 今朝学生子读了勿好，我想伊拉勿曾预备。7. At what time does the school open and at what time does it close? 啥辰光开学？啥辰光放学？ 8. I shall be pleased to have a conversation with you whenever you come. 侬随便几时来，我蛮欢喜对侬白话。9. The child does not want to study a bit. I think it would be best for him to go and do business. 迭个小囡一眼勿欢喜读书，我想盯好伊出去做生意。10. I have already told you 2 or 3 times. Do not forget. 我已經對侬話2、3回，勿要忘記。11. Next month we shall remove our residence. 下個月我哋要搬上。12. Near Shanghai there are no high hills, only grey mounds. 近上海沒高山，別過雲山。13. I cannot open this window, it is immovable. 這扇窗開勿來個，動也勿動。14. Has the clock already struck? 鐘已經敲過嗎？ 15. How many eggs are there in a basket? 籃裏有幾個蛋？ Notes. Note 1. In the fourth sentence of the first exercise, 唔啥好 means not at all well. Note 2. In the 11th sentence of the first exercise, the expression 隨便弄乜啫 is one very frequently used. It implies do it whenever and however you please. Note 3. In the 14th sentence of the first exercise, 拿它 means take away. We have already had the use of 它 after verbs as 太太 to take off clothes. It can be used with almost any verb of motion. We have 把它 to give away, 吃它 to eat up, 弃它 to cast off, disown, 卖它 to sell away, etc. Note 4. In the 15th sentence of the first exercise, 样样 repeated means things of every sort. Note 5. Note that the usual expression in Chinese to say you are busy is 我有事體. It is never very polite to tell anyone that you are busy. A person asking whether you were busy would say 忙嗎? Are you busy? Note 6. In the 5th sentence of the second exercise, the game 捉人 frequently played by Chinese children is referred to. Note 7. In the 8th sentence of the second exercise, the clauses should be reversed. 侬隨便幾時來 should come first. Note 8. In the 9th sentence of the second exercise, to go and do business is 去做生意. Note 9. In the 14th sentence of the second exercise, 种ココ吗 is the usual way of asking the question. 种 is shortened form of 死名种. End of Lesson 17. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 18 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 18. More verbal idioms. 像 is often placed before transitive verbs and usually gives the idea of mutual or reciprocal. In some cases, it is reflexive. As instances of reciprocal action, we have 相打 to fight with one another, 相慕 to revile one another, 相理 to be connected together, 相帮 to help one another. care or care is used with many verbs to give the idea of spreading wide open. Thus, 手care means to unroll a bundle. 接care means to open a box. 分care to divide. 散care to scatter wide cast. 切care or 切care means to cut open, etc. Not inclined to do a thing is expressed by the phrase 不高兴. Thus, 不高兴起 not inclined to go. Vocabulary. To follow. 跟 to tie. 绑 to tie firmly. 绑牢 or 绑牢子 to desire, to expect. 忙 or 不忙 to bite. 咬 to bark. 叫 to blow. 刺 to blow out, to extinguish. 刺引 to blow into a blaze of flame. 刺网 to fly. Fee to explain. 假设 to forsake, desert, depart from. 离开 to permit. 许 to allow. 娘 color. 颜色 variegated colors. 颜色 thought or meaning. 意思 a thief. 一个色 me is used as the classifier for flat objects. A drum. amigo hope 忙得 wind 风 wine 酒 rope 一条绳 or 一根绳正 is the classifier denoting idols or canon. A Buddha is the idol. 一尊佛 or 一尊菩萨 A Tao is the god or idol. 一尊神道 A piece of bread. 一块馒頭 A piece of meat. 一塊肉 Cool is the classifier used with plants, trees, and flowers. A tree. 一枯子 A flowering plant. 一棵树 Cotton seed. 胡子 A Chinese mile. 一粒 or 一粒路 To regret, to be placed in an embarrassing position. 奶围巾 Exercises. Translate into English. 1. 第个两个学生子，我不许出去白相，为此辣学堂里相骂咯。These two pupils, I don't permit them to go out and play, because they reviled one another in the school. 2. 这句说话的意思我不懂，请先生解释。This sentence I don't understand the meaning. I ask the teacher to explain. 3. 这只鸟飞得高来些。This bird flies extremely high. 4. 捉着这个蛇要用一根绳绑牢子。Catch one thief needed to tie him up firmly with a rope. 5. 这棵花的颜色美趣。This flower, the color is quite beautiful. 6. 夜里困的辰光灯要刺眼。At night when go to sleep, need to blow off the lamp. 7. 我放了窗口浪的一张纸头被风吹脱在。The paper I put on the window sill is blown away by the wind. 8. 实在请客咯，没酒是难为情的。Entertaining guests without wine would be embarrassing. 9. 不要怕这只狗不咬的。Don't be afraid of this dog, it won't bite. 10. 我到庙里去，看见一尊佛老多护菩萨。I went to a temple and saw a Buddha statue and many Bodhisattva idols. 11. 我听得有人辣敲鼓。I heard someone is beating the drum. 12. 这头到上海有10里路。From here to Shanghai, it is 15 li distance. 13. 虽然这棵树蛮好看，随后不开花的。 even though this tree is nice looking, but it doesn't flower. 14. 实在侬要到山上，让我跟侬去。If you want to go up to the mountain, allow me to go with you. 15. 馒头请切开来，拨一块让我吃。The bread, please cut it open and give me a piece to eat. 16. 病生了蛮重，现在医生没忙头。The illness is quite serious. Now the doctor has no hope. 17. 种地人拿花子散开来。The farmer is scattering the cotton seeds. 18. 学生子白相蛮高兴，读书不大高兴。The pupils are inclined to play but not inclined to study. 19. 离开自上海，乃末我到苏州去哉。Leaving Shanghai, then I am going to Suzhou. 20. 我不问伊来，不晓得伊哪能还不曾来。I am expecting him to come, don't know why he has not yet come. Translate into Chinese. 1. The dog hit the sheep 2 or 3 times, it will probably die. 搿骡子羊2、3回，恐怕要死脱。2. Today there is no wind, and so it is not cold. 今朝没风，所以勿冷。3. Men ought not to drink too much wine. 人勿应该多吃酒。4. I have eaten a slice of meat and drunk a cup of tea, and now am able to walk. 我已經吃咗一塊肉咯，一碗茶咯，現在走得動哉。5. Man can walk, only birds can fly. 人會走，別個鳥會飛。6. There are many trees and flowers on the hill. 山上有朵花樹落花。7. Many Chinese worship Buddhist and Taoist idols. 多數中國人拜菩薩和神道。8. I wanted to follow you, but the teacher would not permit me. 我要跟侬，但是先生不許我去。9. Let me go and tell him that you have already returned. 讓我去告訴伊，侬已經轉來哉。10. I will use my knife and cut open the pear. 我要用我的刀切開這隻生梨。11. I heard dogs barking in the night and so could not sleep. 夜裡我聽得狗辣辣叫，所以困不着。12. Children like to play at beating the drum. 小女欢喜烤果子白相。13. These flowers are of many different colors. 迭棵花是五颜六色的。14. How many miles is it to 苏州？到苏州有几公里路？ 15. When the pupils take an advanced lesson, the teacher should first explain it to them. 学生只有上书，先生应该先对伊拉解释。Notes. Note 1. In the Buddhist religion in China, a Buddha or one of his manifestations is known as a Vo. The Bodhisattvas are known as Busa. Note 2. A Chinese mile is about 1/3 of an English mile. Note 3. In the 16th sentence of the first exercise, notice the expression 咩悚, very heavy. This is the way the Chinese speak of a serious illness. They also speak of a disease being light, 轻, just as we do. Note 4. In the 18th sentence of the first exercise, vada means not very. This is a very frequent expression. Note 5. In the 7th sentence of the first exercise, 舱客廊 means on the windowsill. End of Lesson 18. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 19 of Lessons in the Shanghai Dialect by Francis Lister Hawkes Pott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith. Lesson 19. Asking questions, expecting negative and affirmative answers. In addition to the interrogative forms already given, there are ways of asking questions when a negative or when an affirmative answer is expected. Thus, when a negative answer is expected, the clause begins with 个 and ends with 呢. Thus, 个有啥用的呢? Is it of any use? It implies that it is not of any use and expects the negative answer. 个 responds to the Latin num and implies no or a negative of the proposition conveyed. When the affirmative answer is expected, the clause begins with 个吧 and ends with the usual interrogative 吧. Thus, 个吧应该做吧 ought you not to do it implies that you ought to do it and expects the affirmative answer. It will be seen that in this case also the 个 expects the negative of the proposition conveyed, that is, the negative of a negative proposition, which is an affirmative. In other words, the answer is that you ought not to do it, or you ought to do it. Vocabulary. Every place or everywhere. 各次 or 各多少次 Of course. 此时 Afterwards, hereafter. Also. 後來 or eo, until, 直到, wait until, 等到, daily, 日日 or 日昨 about, 越近 or 越早 about the same, not much difference. 差不多 secret, early, true, 正 false, 假 secure, 稳当 a long time, 上月上月节都是节 Pit is the classifier denoting whole pieces of dry goods, a piece of cloth. 一匹布 a piece of shirting. 一匹羊布 a piece of silk. 一匹手 a piece of satin. 一匹豆子 grass. 草 vegetation in general. 花草树木 coal. 美 to add. 加 to add a little. 加啲 honest. 骡子 a piece of land. 一塊地皮 a piece of stone. 一塊石頭 to pawn. Down or downta. To mortgage. A or ata. To change a dollar into cash. Day, a 10-cent piece. 一個 1 cent. 一份 20 cents. 兩個 4塊 a half a dollar. 半塊洋幣 small money. 小個子 or 小洋幣 change. 早豆 rickshaw coolie. 粗夫 a great many. 交關 exercises. Translate into English. 1. 位置冷了，葫芦里要加點煤。As it's cold, need to add a little coal in the stove. 2. 買好子早豆要幫我。After bought it, give me back the change. 3. 勿成熟東洋醋，應該得醋夫洗乾淨把伊幾個。 Before sitting into a rickshaw, you ought to settle the price with the rickshaw coolie. 4. 這個人已經當脫自己嘅衣裳。That person has already pawned his clothes. 5. 我要買一塊地皮，但是我聽得已經壓太謝。I wanted to buy a piece of land from him, but I heard that it had already been mortgaged. 6. 我蠻歡喜吃草。Horses like eating grass very much. 7. 我不過有半塊洋地，所以買不起。I only have half a dollar, so I can't afford. 8. 伊不肯老實話，所以我不好相信。He doesn't tell truth, so I can't believe. 9. 侬搿不應該做，實到做好吧？You ought not to do it until it is done. 10. 我雖然覺到了此行，也信不着。Although I looked for it everywhere, I just can't find it. 11. 侬話老實話，人自然相信的。You tell the truth, of course people will believe. 12. 日日讀書，自然可以學的。Study every day, of course one can learn. 13. 等到侬讀完這本書，那麼侬會學中國話。Until you finish reading this book, then you will be able to speak Chinese. 14. 這個兩片布的顏色差不多一樣的。These two pieces of cloth, the color is almost the same. 15. 暗暗里做事體，搿有啥用途呢？ Doing things secretly, what use of it? 16. 直頭到蘇州有幾乎里數，約過有300里路。From here to Suzhou, how many leagues in distance? About 300 li. 17. 這塊石頭要擺來穩當地。This piece of rock needs to be placed in a secured way. 18. 伊妻子上雨節還不曾轉來。He has been away for long, not yet returned. 19. 我需要學讀書，後來學寫字。I want first to learn how to read, then learn how to write. 20. 花草樹木，人人歡喜看。Vegetation and plantation everyone likes to see. 21. 大樣的對子小樣的，要當心，因為有多戶小國字是假的。When exchanging big dollar to small money, be careful, as there are a lot of small money are fake. 22. 真落假，未你看得出。Genuine or fake, difficult to tell. 23. 这本书有交关是我识不出的。This book has a great many characters I don't know. Translate into Chinese. 1. I do not know where the child has gone to. I have looked for him everywhere, and I do not know where to find him. 小囡到何里去我不晓得，我各到了处去寻伊，寻不着。2. Call the servant to come and add some coal. 叫佣人来加点煤。3. I told the pupil to sit here until the teacher returned. 我叫学生子坐了迭。我叫学生子坐了迭头，等到先生转来。4. I was almost beaten to death by him. 我差不多被伊打死在。5. Take the dollar and change it into cash. 拿这块洋钿兑铜钿。6. An honest man speaks true words. 老实个人话真个说话。7. I thought he was coming, but afterwards he wrote a letter to me and told me he could not come. 我想伊要来，但是后来伊写一封信来，话伊勿好来。8. The children have played for a long time, and now they should go to sleep. 小囡白相子长远哉，现在应该去困。9. Can you say that you did not know this? 侬搿可以话，迭个是侬勿晓得伐？ 10. Is it not good to do things so as to please others? 做事体拨别人快活，搿勿是好伐？ 11. I had to walk here because I had no small money and so could not call a rickshaw. 因为我没小洋钿，勿能够叫东洋车，所以我只好走。12. If he said he would do it, of course he will do it. 实然伊话要做的，乃末自然要做的。13. How many cash can you get for $1? 一块洋钿可以兑几花铜钿？ 14. That man is not at all honest, and he has already pawned a lot of clothes which were not his own. 一个人一眼勿老实，已经打脱子多花勿是伊自家的衣裳。15. This man wears silk and satin. He must have a lot of money. 迭个人只子瘦老短子的衣裳，伊一定有多花洋钿。 Notes. Note 1. In the third sentence of the first exercise, the expression 杠钉 means to settle the price. Literally, it signifies declaiming to a fixed point. Note 2. In the 16th sentence of the first exercise, Su is added after Li for the sake of euphony. Note 3. In the 23rd sentence of the first exercise, Sa is used. This is always used of knowing characters in the Chinese language. Sometimes it is used in the expression 撒呼, meaning to understand affairs. A man who does not 撒呼 is a stupid fellow. End of Lesson 19. Recording by Cheyenne Arrowsmith.